everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech Workday Core Compensation Training. This comprehensive course will make you an expert in leveraging Workday's powerful compensation tools. You'll master setting up compensation plans, pay grades, pay ranges, and eligibility rules to align with your organization's needs. We'll dive into administering annual compensation cycles, from budget modeling to final approvals. With ZaranTech's real-world expertise, you'll gain full command over Workday compensation to attract, motivate, and retain top talent. Develop compensation strategies that drive business success and employee satisfaction. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to Workday. 2. Workday Basic Navigation. 3. Advantage of using Workday. 4. Notifications, inbox and search results. 5. Supervisory organization. 6. Workday HRIS Analyst. 7. Compensation Module. Introduction. 8. Compensation Elements. Let's dive.
All right. So let's start with some introduction to Workday. These slides are more for representation purpose. You can refer it later, but as we already told that it will be more of a discussion where you will try to understand the process and the functionality behind it, rather than how understand how we configure it in Workday. Okay, so you can refer these slides later, but I'll be using these slides to talk about the topics. So, giving an introduction to Workday. Workday is a cloud-based ERP system that provides unified finance, human resources, and student faculty lifecycle management cloud applications designed for the way people work in today's organizations. So, and it is founded by PeopleSoft veterans David Duffield and Anil Bushri. One of the advantages that Workday offers is that it combines lower cost of ownership with an innovative approach to the enterprise solutions. So when you compare this with the old the legacy systems like, let's say, SAP or Oracle, where you have to purchase the server and have it on premise, compared to that, these Workday, they use AWS. So the entire Workday ecosystem is deployed on Amazon Web Services, and you can pay as you like. So you don't have to purchase the servers and stuff before you even start working on the implementation. So that is one of the very good and very big plus point that most customers see, because as they expand, they don't want to keep on purchasing more infrastructure, because they have to again hire people to manage those networks and infrastructure. So this is one of the advantages that Workday offers, is low cost of ownership. And second advantage is unified suite of applications. Now Workday, it is built from ground up to deliver a seamless integration and seamless user experience for both employees and the admin. So for employees as well as the admins, across financials, HR, talent, payroll, analytics, it provides a very seamless integration. Now Workday has been recently purchasing or acquiring in a multitude of companies, mostly towards the financials and analytics space, and they ensure that all these applications are integrated well with Workday, so that the data flow is very seamless between all these applications. And that is one of the Workday's motto, like the power of one, which they advocate, that everything should be seamlessly integrated, so that it feels like one big application, and not like segmented applications that just talk to each other. And the second advantage is lower cost of ownership, like I just explained, that it is completely deployed in cloud. And the third advantage is rapid deployment and faster time to go live. Now, since it is deployed in cloud, you can start implementing Workday from the day one. You don't have to work on other logistics like servers and all. And I have seen some projects that go live in less than 6 to 7 months. So the pace at which you can go live is very fast in Workday compared to other legacy applications. And continuous innovation adoption. Now, Workday has this policy like every 6 months they are going to release a number of updates, and this has been happening from the last 10 years, 5 to 7 years, where every 6 months Workday will release updates, and there will be two updates in a year. So that you are not stuck with an old software. So every year the updates happen, and one of the great things is these updates are all automated. So you don't need to do any specific configurational changes or any other maintenance in the backend, so that you have to implement those updates. All these updates are automatically delivered into your tenants. And finally, it is very secure. So Workday is one of the very secure enterprise applications. It has passed the industry's toughest third-party security audits and certifications, including ISO 27001 and SSAE 16 Type 2 certifications. It also does a self-harbor statements every year whenever it releases its updates. All right, so that's a brief introduction about Workday. So let's get into the tenant. So let me just open the tenant. Just give me a second. Let me just get that link. So this is how the screen of login screen for Workday looks like, and it is completely like logging into a SaaS application. It's like logging into a SaaS application. You just have to enter your username and your password, and you sign in. And so this is the login screen for Workday. Now this screen is completely customizable. You can add widgets onto your login screen, and so these widgets can be added here, or it can be brought onto the main screen over here, and it can be completely customized. And now this is how the Workday profile looks like. So here you can see the profile. You can go to home, and you see here this is a notification. So if there are any messages like notification, like some task has completed, or you have been assigned a specific task, or this specific report is delivered, so you can see those notifications over here. And if you have any action items, you'll see it in these messages. So these are the messages where you'll find the action items. So like you see the proposed compensation changes, one of the business process where you can see these are different. You can see different action items over here, which you'll have to take action on. Now this will depend upon the employee and the admin. So if there is admin will get different types of action items. If it's an employee, he will get action items accordingly. So in notification, there is no action item. It is like notifying you, like something that there is a birthday. So it's just notifying. There is no action item here. This is just for information purpose. It's just notifying you get something is completed, or so this is available. Like this document is available for you to check. So these are notifications. Just a notification, like you will get Facebook notifications. You see, there is no action item. But if you get a message, you might want to reply it, right? So similarly, here you will get action items. So you see, it's called actions in this inbox. This is a profile of an admin, so he has some action to take. So there is some compensation change happening for some worker called Owen. So he has to submit. He has to add compensation and submit. So we'll be discussing all this in the next few classes. But this is a major difference. And let me just open a random employee. I'll also show you some security. So we can secure access to different information using security. So there are domain security. Everything in Workday is secured via domain. But to give you an introduction, everything in Workday is secured via domains. When I say domains, now let's say I'm opening this employee. Let me open Jack Taylor. Okay. Now this is an employee profile, and this is how I am seeing. Now I have super access, so I can see everything. Now this employee himself might not be seeing a few of these things. It depends, like what the company wants to show the employee, what company doesn't want to share. For example, if I just go to the compensation of this employee, maybe company don't want to show. Let's say there is a bonus plan. Okay, now the company doesn't want to show this 10%. Okay, but we as admins, as a compensation partner or an admin, I should be able to view, the HR should be able to view what is the bonus plan percentage that is allotted for this worker, but the worker should not be aware of this percentage. So it can be secured via security access. So whatever access we provide, only that will be viewed for the worker, and if you don't provide, it won't be viewable. And this is across Workday. It's not just for workers and admins. We have one access for workers and one access for admins. It doesn't work like that. We can secure it for different roles. So for manager, we can give different access. What manager, what type of actions manager can do, we can secure it. What type of actions compensation partner can do, what kind of reports they will have access to, what information, how many employees information will HR will have access to. We can secure it. Let's say there is one company, one business unit, and that business unit has like 2,000 employees. Now the HR who is assigned to that business unit will only have access to the information of those 2,000 employees. So all this we can secure it using security. And there is a separate module called security. So like we have compensation module, there is a separate module called security where we will design this. To just give you a very a quick look, if you go to the organizations, you'll see that there are different there are different roles here. Like for example, manager. So these are different managers. Now this is a test system, so you'll see a lot of data like this, but generally it won't be these many. But for example, this organizational role manager. So whomsoever will be assigned as a manager, they will automatically get the privileges of a manager. They can perform certain actions, and they won't be able to perform certain actions. It depends on what kind of actions we want to provide. So just open this manager security. You'll see if I just try to make this. Or I may be going too fast here. We'll come back to security and all. Let me just go back and show you the summary. So this is how the profile of a worker will look like. So in the summary, you will see what is this worker ID, what is a supervisory organization. Now, supervisory organization is nothing but the organization this worker is assigned. So let's say in every company, you know that there will be different organizations. That's how we structure it, right? So if I can just go to the related actions. So this is called related actions. Here you'll see a number of actions that you can take for this specific organization. Now this is all part of human capital management. It doesn't come under compensation, but I'll just show you the org chart, right? So this is how the org chart looks like. So this employee is part of Anthony Robert organization, and Anthony Robert is the manager for this organization. So Jack's manager will be Anthony. So every organization is like a supervisory organization. It will have members. Now these are the members, different members, and they all report to this organization. So we can have a direct one-to-one, one-to-many reporting like this, a linear kind of a tree structure, or we can also have a non-one-to-one, like one of these employees will be reporting to another manager as well. It is also possible. But this is how usually it is set up in most of the organizations. So you see for this one organization, you have like 3 employees here. So you can go to every employee and you can check the details. So that is called supervisory organization. Now position means what is the position of the worker. So he is an IT help desk, and there will be a position code, a job code that will be assigned to the position. And this is a job profile. If I open the job profile, now these are the basics that I'm discussing so that you understand when we discuss compensation. So this is called a job profile. Okay, the job profile, like now whenever you see on LinkedIn as well, right? Now Workday also has a recruiting module where you can create requisitions and you can post it on external and internal sites. So internal sites is nothing but the career sites of the organization itself. And external sites are LinkedIn, Shine.com, Monster.com. So these are different external sites. Now, whenever you post it, this is the job profile. So you have to create a profile, whatever the job that the employee can apply to. And it will contain details like what is the job profile summary. So this is a very vague summary here, but generally you will see a detailed summary like you see on LinkedIn and all. Whenever you see a job posting, you can directly apply. You'll see a detailed summary like what is the job description. If you have any additional job description and all, you can put that. Restrict to countries, like if you want to restrict the specific job profile to certain countries. So whenever you're hiring a worker, if that worker is a part of one of the restricted countries, he cannot be assigned this job profile. So you can restrict to certain countries only. We'll talk about management level and job family later. There are certain other characteristics that you want to add, like difficulty to fill. If it's a very difficult to fill position, like let's say executive positions and all, you can have that tracking here. And again, you can also track the compensation grade and grade profile. Now I'll explain what these are later. So these are some of the a lot of details can be tracked on the job profile for the worker. And you'll see a lot of analytics like this on the job profile. All right. So let me just go back to the profile of the worker. Job family. What is the type of worker? Worker is a regular. Okay, so survey by country. So this is like the salary survey. So there is a benchmarking feature in work, and I'm sure you know what is a benchmarking, right? Compensation benchmarking. So what Workday can do is, so Workday is an intelligence platform called as compensation benchmarking. So whatever job profiles you have on the job profile, you it's a large concept and it's a separate feature altogether. But in a nutshell, what happens is you can compare your workers' salary with the market. So in the market, where is your worker standing currently? So here it says 50th percentile is the average. So this worker is only getting paid 50th percentile of the total. So there is some worker who is getting paid the highest, that will be 100th percentile. He's only getting paid 50th percentile. So there is that kind of survey functionalities in Workday. So it comes under compensation benchmarking, and benchmarking is not in scope for this discussion. And because what I felt is, and in many of the projects, most of the projects, they don't go with benchmarking features in Workday. Rather they will go ahead with survey management feature. So there are two, both are for benchmarking, but survey management is more like most of the customers, they rely on external surveys. There are multiple companies that provide survey results and all. So what they do is they just load those surveys into Workday and manage it in Workday. So they will rely less on compensation benchmarking feature that is provided, even though it is free service. Most customers, I have seen very less customers, and there are certain customers that come to me asking for a demo, and after the demo they just go ahead with survey, because that makes more sense to them, having survey from different vendors and all. So that is about that. All right. Okay. So worker type. What is the worker type? We'll discuss about management level. A time type. So if it's a full time or a part time, FTE is nothing but full time employees. So what is the percentage of full time? If it's a part time, what percentage a part time? It is 50% or 80% part time or just 30% part time. What is the location this employee is currently residing at, and what is the hire date of the worker? The original hire date and continuous service date. So these are different dates that we can track. For example, the original hire date. Now here the original hire date and the hire date is same. But let's say this employee was hired in 2000 and he resigned in 2010 and was rehired this year January. So you'll see the original hire date as 2000 and the current hire date as January 2022. So that is how these hire dates work, and there are a multitude of service dates that you can track for different requirements. And what is the length of service, time in position, time in job profile, and some contact information like phone number, email, and work address. So again, if I go to the overview, you will see this is not how it should look like. So this is the overview, like professional profile, the job details. Here you'll see the same details that you saw in the summary. The jobs, so which job is he currently adding to? So let's say the employee is changing jobs. You'll see from which date the employee started his first job and then he changed to a different position. You'll see that all populated over here and all the details over here. The job history, the manager history, how many managers the employee has changed. You'll see that if he has changed, what organizations the worker is assigned to. When I say organizations, there are different types of organizations like company, cost center, company hierarchy, cost center hierarchy, location hierarchy. These are all different types of organizations, and we can assign employees to different organizations. This is more for a reporting purpose and handling a multitude of reports and transactions, HCM transactions like transfer and promotions and all. We use these to correctly assign the workers to the right organizations and all. So this is some of the personal information that you can have, and you can have more information. So this is the only personal information that is currently being tracked here. Some of the contact information. You can see some of the, like, the social network, the work contact, email address. So in Workday, there are about 16 major modules in Workday, and compensation is one of the modules that is used for driving the compensation of the worker. Now, when I say compensation, whatever you see in compensation is necessarily not what the employee will be getting paid. It can be either way. It can be like every component that you see in the compensation can be paid to the worker, or it cannot. It might not be paid. It can just be for reporting or representation purpose. So that is something that we can control in Workday. So this is like a basic navigation overview that I wanted to give you. So position is once the employee is assigned, is hired to that. So position and job profile are different. Job profile is, one job profile can be assigned to multiple positions. And let's say there are three organizations. When I say organizations, there's supervisory organizations that we call, where employees will be hired. Supervisory organization is where employees will get hired. Now, when you are hiring a worker, you have to create a position first. Without a position, you cannot hire. So when you create a position, you'll have to assign a job profile to the position. So one position can be filled by only one employee. Okay, but one job profile can be assigned to many positions. There can be 100 positions that will be using the same job profile, or there can be 100 job profiles that can be assigned to 100 positions. But one position cannot be held by 10 different employees. You understand? So let me just go to this organization to give you a better understanding of it. So let's say I want to hire a worker into this organization. Okay. So if I go to staffing, I'll see what are the vacant positions. So right now you see that there are two positions that are unfilled. So I can go ahead and hire employees into these positions, like hire worker. Once the worker is hired, he will be filling this position, and it will no longer be available. So let's say I have I have filled these two positions. Now, in order to hire a third employee, I will have to create a position. Now, if I go to this position, you'll see that the position will have a job profile. Page hiring. So this position has no restrictions as such. But when you are creating a position, you can ensure that, okay, this position should be assigned to this specific job profile. And if you have no such restrictions, you don't need to assign any position or any job profile. You can directly select the job profile at the time of hire. So that is difference between job profile and position. So when you are creating a position, you can assign a job profile to that position, or you need not assign it. And at the time when you are hiring the worker, you'll have to enter the job profile. So let me just show you a quick demo here and how it works. I'm just going to go and hire a worker like this, so you understand how it happens. So when I just give search for see if I have a pre-hire contest. So here, this is a position that I'm hiring this employee for. So here you see, you can assign the job profile. So here you can select any job profile that you want. So these are different types of job profile. You can select the job profile, or when you are creating the position, you can create the position with the job profile. So that is the difference between the job profile and position. So coming to compensation. So a compensation of a worker, it contains of a base salary. So there will be one base salary that should be applicable for an employee, and one or more compensation plans like a period salary plan, allowance plan, if applicable. So compensation is not the actual wages an employee's paycheck. You can configure which components will be paid to the worker and which components will not be paid to the worker. So there is a feasibility to configure that. So there will be certain companies where, let's say, there is a meal allowance. Let's just assume there is a meal allowance, and that is actually there in many of the companies. And this meal allowance is paid into Sodexo cards. Okay, so you don't want to pay that meal allowance directly to the employee's paycheck, because it is credited to the employee's that card via a third party. But if you want to track it, you can have that meal allowance over here, but you don't necessarily need to send that to payroll. So there is a feasibility to configure that. So that's why I said, when I said compensation consists of base salary and certain compensation plans, but it necessarily doesn't. Whatever you see on the compensation assignment is not what the employee might be getting in the paycheck. So we'll have to define that. Now let's start with some of the basics of the compensation. Let's start with frequencies. Now, frequencies are nothing but how often or at what duration the employee is going to get paid. So these are some of the delivered frequency, like annual frequency, bi-weekly, daily. So this is like, you might be understanding that there are certain employees compensation paid on a monthly basis. If it's hourly, he'll be paid on a hourly basis. So the number of hours he's working, that is how the employee is going to get paid. If it's a quarterly, it is the employee will be paid on every 3 months. And if you want to create frequencies, you can also create those frequencies. Now, one of the things, now, how does Workday understand? So if let's say you're creating a custom frequency where you want, let's create frequency is a task. Maintain frequency is a task. If you want to create additional frequencies for your own, like if I want to create a custom frequency like this, custom frequency, and I want this frequency to be like, let's say, the worker should be paid twice in a year. So it is biannual. So I'm just going to name it bi. So there are different security accesses. Now we'll call it as roles. There will be, we call it compensation partner. There will be compensation admin. So there are different roles in Workday. So just to clear your doubt, let me just show you the security roles. You just need to understand. You just need to know the term. Okay, you want to edit frequency. You just search for frequency. You don't have to even remember the task. You just start typing FREQ. You'll see all the tasks like frequencies report, maintain frequency, manage grade and attendance. So all the tasks that are available will start popping up. If I just enter like this, you'll see all the list here like this. Okay. So it's pretty simple in Workday this way, and it is more intuitive. Like, I don't have to remember every task name. I just have to remember one or two words in the task, and I can just type it and I can see the results and just pick it from there. So this is one of the advantages in Workday. You don't have to remember everything. You just have to remember the name, the term. All right. So this is if I want to create, let's say, a biannual where employee going to get paid twice in a year. This is how you do it. So you can create two, and the frequency type is annual. Now what happens is the annualization factor means twice in a year. So everything is calculated annually. Like, in 1 year, how many times this frequency is going to get repeated. So if it is annual, it is just one. So that's why it is called annualization factor. So annual, it is one. Bi-weekly means 26 times in a year. And similarly, biannual is 2 times in a year. So 2 times annually. So that is how you create these frequencies. And if you want, then these frequencies can be used in payroll as well as compensation. So if you want to enable a frequency to be used in payroll, you just have to check this box, and that will be used in payroll as well. So there are a couple of frequencies like daily frequency, hourly, monthly, quarterly. So this is about frequencies. Any questions here? These are some of the basics in compensation. When we get deep into compensation, these are some of the basics that we have to understand. All right. Moving on. So this is about compensation of frequencies in Workday. Now, I remember I said that there are different compensation components that will be assigned to a worker. So let me just open that worker chat and let me just show you the compensation. Okay. So these are different compensation plans, and I'll explain you what are different types of compensation plans. But for now, I'm just going to open one compensation plan. Now, how does Workday know which compensation plan to be sent to payroll? Now, there is something called as compensation element. So compensation element is like a integration, or it's like a link between Workday and payroll. So how does Workday push what compensation components to be paid? That is picked up by compensation element. So there is an integration, within Workday. If you are so Workday has a payroll module as well. The only thing is that it just supports 4 countries, that is USA, Canada, UK, and Spain. So these are only 4 countries for which Workday supports payroll. So not a lot of companies implement, especially global companies don't implement Workday payroll. Certain companies that only have companies in US and UK or just Canada, they will go ahead with Workday payroll. So there is a seamless integration within Workday, but there are a lot of organizations that uses SAP as a payroll vendor for processing payroll. So you can push this comp element is how there is an integration. This is what defines integration between the compensation plans that are getting paid to the worker and the payroll. So let me just open maintain compensation elements. Maintain compensation element is a task where you can see all the compensation elements that are created here. Now, a thing about comp element is there are certain delivered compensation elements. So that is what we call as base pay, and we can create custom compensation element as well. So here you see this, since it's a test system, you see a very high number of comp elements, but generally the number of compensation plans that we have, only those many compensation, or even less compensation elements you find in the tenant. So if you want to create a comp element, let's say you are creating a new compensation component, a new salary plan, or a new allowance plan like meal allowance, let's say. So you can just create a comp element like this, meal allowance, and you can just click OK. And if you have and this is how the payroll earning. So let's say if this comp element needs to be sent to payroll. So let's say we are paying meal allowance as a part of the salary itself and not crediting it with Sodexo cards. You can search for a payroll earning code. So these are different codes that are already created. So you can create a payroll earning code and assign it here. So once the payroll code is created, so let me just search if there is a payroll earning code. So there is something called as a meal break penalty. So whenever I create a allowance plan using this comp element, and if I assign a payroll earning code here, whenever and what based on the frequency. So let's say if it is a monthly frequency, every month the payroll integration will pick the amount that is getting paid to this comp element using this payroll earning code. So just to show you how it works. Okay. So let's say there is a compensation element like this. Yeah. Compensation element. And this is a compensation plan. Now we'll discuss what are different types of compensation plans soon. Okay. Now let's say the comp element is, let's say, ABC comp element and ABC comp plan. And let me put that payroll okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now there is another comp element called as DEF comp element and DEF comp plan, and even the payroll code used here is the same. And now there is another comp element called P PQR comp plan, and here there is no payroll earning code. Now whatever, let's say this is 2000 and this is 1000, and here the employee is getting paid 3000. Okay, now only 3000, these two, the combination of these two will be sent to payroll, and this 3000 will not be sent to payroll because there is no payroll earning code. And since these two are the same payroll earning code that is integrated or that is connected to this compensation element, a combination of 3000 will be sent to the payroll system. If I use a different number, different payroll code like 4356, this is how it will be sent. So there will be one 2000 and there will be one component that is going to send 1000. This is how this is the basic thing that you have to understand. Whenever we come across this term comp element is nothing but an integration or a link between compensation and payroll. So whenever you link a payroll code with the comp element, and if the employee is getting paid anything on a compensation plan that is using this comp element, that value will be pushed to the payroll system. So if I go back to that employee, I'll show you. I'll open two compensation plans. So when I say compensation plans, these are different. Like there will be salary plan, and if the certain components that you cannot pay a salary, like let's say phone allowance, travel allowance, all these will come under a category called as allowance plans. So there are different types of plans that you can configure for the worker. So if I just open this allowance plan, let's say now the allowance plan that is given to this worker is $500 US. So you can see here the comp element is allowance. So wherever this employee is, whichever compensation plan is using allowance, and if it is assigned to the worker, and if there is any amount assigned, that amount will be pushed to payroll if this comp element has a external payroll code assigned. So if I go and check the comp element here for this allowance, comp elements, get that page open. Generally, it won't take this long process. I'm just going to click OK and filter by that element name. Alright, it is okay. Stop. So I can, if I just open elements, like this, here it is elements, and there are multiple compensation payroll codes. So Workday will send that 500 USD assigned to this worker to all these payroll codes. Now, these payroll codes, when I say payroll codes, if you have some understanding of payroll, and in SAP, let's take in reference to SAP, because let's assume that this system is using SAP as its payroll vendor. So these could be wage types, different wage types, and whatever the value is getting paid to the worker in this compensation element will be sent to these different wages. So each of these wage type will get a 500, 500, 500 as populated. Now, ideally, there won't be these many payroll codes. It will be just one payroll code, or maybe just two payroll codes. Generally, what happens is multiple compensation element will use a single payroll code. Like, for example, there are 3 allowance plans, and all 3 allowance plans will use the same payroll earning code to track the payment on the worker. But we'll just use different comp elements so that it is easy to configure and report on Workday. Does that answer your question, Karthik? Now, when I started with the compensation element, I told you that we can create custom compensation element, but there is also a delivered compensation element. So a delivered compensation element is called as base pay. Now, base pay is a delivered compensation element. That means it is delivered by default. So every project by default will have a base pay, and you should have at least one compensation plan or a salary plan that is using base pay as a compensation element. So every every employee should have a salary plan assigned minimum. So one salary plan should be there for the employee. There can be more than one salary plan. There can be more compensation plans, maybe 10 or 20 compensation plans as well. But minimum, there should be one salary plan that should be assigned to the worker, and that the salary plan should have base pay as a comp element, which is a delivered compensation element, employee pay statement. So that can be configured in the backend. So how? So there is a functionality called as BERT reporting in Workday. If you want to print reports in Workday itself, that can be done. But what employee is going to see is this. This is what employee is usually going to see whenever he goes and opens his compensation. He can see that, okay, this is what assigned to me, and this is my total compensation. So 1,76,112 US dollars is my total compensation in a year. This is what the employee is going to see. The pay statement and all, if it is in Workday itself, you can see it in Workday. So there are certain worklets. If I go to the main page, and I'm not sure if it is configured for this one. And generally, what happens is there is a worklet here where you can go and check your pay slips and all, and you can download your pay slip and check what you got that month. So that it can be configured. But in generally, from a compensation perspective, this is what the employee is going to see on his profile. So if I go to this employee, and if I proxy as employee, now Workday has a functionality called as proxy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to proxy as this employee. So this is how the employee is going to see his profile. So now I'm Jack Taylor. So I am operating as Jack Taylor. So you can see that his picture is here. If I go to my profile here, this is what the employee will see. So here employee has access to see his own compensation. So this is how the employee is going to see. So you can see, okay, I have these many. This is the salary plan that is assigned, and I have $500 of mobile allowance plan and a merit plan of 5.5% assigned. Now it is up to the organization, if they want to hide these percentages or not. It is up to the organization. If they want to even show the compensation or not, it is also depending on the organization. They can show, they can hide it as well. There are security and domains with which we can hide these. So if you want to get data from an external, so as an inbound, there are different types of retrieval methods here. One is we can attach it as file, or you can do FTP SSL, or you can pull it from a Google file, REST URL, SFTP, or these are different retrieval methods from how data will come into Workday. If you want to send data out of Workday to a third-party system, you will create something called as an outbound EIB of this. So this outbound EIB is used to send data from Workday to a different system. Now, whenever you create an EIB, it will be in an XML format. So the output is always an XML. To create a report, and then you have to attach that report here. So let me just search for something called as a worker or something. Worker basic details, let's see. So you can put the output format if you want it as a JSON or a simple XML, CSV, however you want. And click next and transform type. So I have personally never worked on integrations. I have worked on inbound integrations, but never on outbound. So in Workday, there are two different streams. One is a functional work stream, and one is a technical integration work stream that we call it. So I have primarily worked on functional side. So I know how to create inbound EIBs and stuff, but outbound EIBs is where integrations will work on it. So you can create a report, and every column or every row in the every item or every row of the report or every column of the report, you can get an XML heading, and that is how you can integrate it with the third-party system. So you can pull data from Workday and send it to the third-party system. But this is how you can do that. So there are different APIs here, and let me just show you an inbound EIB. So let's say I want to create compensation plans. So here web service. So this is where you can create. So now there are web services available for all these modules. So these are different modules in Workday, like recruiting, payroll, staffing. So there are different modules here. So I'm just going to look for compensation plan. So it is a put and get service. So this is where a put operation where I am putting data into Workday. So it will be a put. If it is an outbound EIB where we are sending data from Workday to a third party system, it will be a get operation. So put and get. Okay. So I will just click next. So I can generate a template. So this is like a CSV template, you see, where you can upload. So I can have a XML or XSLT. I'm not generating a template data. I'm just generating a blank template like this. So once the template gets generated, you'll get a notification over here saying that okay, the template is ready for you to download. See, so you'll get a good compensation plans template. So if I open this template, you'll see that you can enter data like which compensation plans you need to enter the currency, the frequency, the compensation plan. All this you can enter. The different types of compensation plans, like you can see here, future payment plans, bonus plan. There is individual performance factor for the bonus plans, and there are salary plans, percentage-based salary plans, amount-based salary plans. So the different types of compensation plans that you can add, and you can upload it into Workday as a mass. So if you want to, let's say, and most of the implementation projects, they do it via EIB, or that they will upload the entire compensation plans. They'll configure, they'll design it, and then they'll use an EIB to mass upload the data. All the compensation that can be assigned to the employee, we have classified into different types of compensation plans. Now, compensation plans is a report that you can. So this is like a complete report where you can see all the compensation plans in this system. Now, since it's a test system, you'll see a very huge number of salary plans. Generally, there will be just a one, three, or five salary plans, but here you see 898 because a lot of people use this same limit. So this is how this is a classification of compensation plans. Different compensation plans have different usages and different reasons we create these compensation plans. For example, salary plans is like salary that is getting assigned to the worker. If it's an hourly worker, you provide hourly plans. Unit salary plans is like where you will pay by unit. For example, let's say if the worker is working for a Coca-Cola unit factory. So per bottle that employee processes, if the employee process per bottle, it is like $1 per bottle. So if the employee processes like 200 bottles, so for the 200 bottles that employee process, he'll get $200. So based on the units, it can be paid. We have something called a spirit salary price. We'll discuss this. Elements plan. So whatever you don't want to pay as a salary, but you want to pay it as an elements, like meal elements or transport elements, housing elements. So all that can be classified to elements plans. Then you have again unit elements plans, which is similar to unit salary plans. We have merit plans. This comes under advanced compensation. A bonus plan, commission plans where you can, if you want to create commissions, what is the draw amount, the frequency, and so on. The stock plans, if you want to provide stocks to the worker. Future payment plans, we have one-time payment plans where it will be just a one-time payment. For example, referral bonus or a one-time retention bonus, so those kind of compensation plans. And we also have something called as calculated plans. So this is a very powerful type of compensation plans, and we'll discuss more about what are the different types of calculated plans and why do we use calculated plans. But this is like giving you an overview of different types of compensation plans that we have in Workday, and we'll go through each of these plans tomorrow. So, and how do we configure and what are the different components of each of these compensation plans? And then I will show you a demo of how do we assign these components.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the total compensation statement in Workday? Option A, to provide employees with a summary of their pay and benefits. Option B, to track employee performance metrics. Option C, to manage job requisitions. Option D, to process payroll. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master core compensation management with Workday? Our comprehensive Workday Core Compensation course is here to help you succeed. You can take it at your own pace on our teachable platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into Workday's powerful compensation tools. From setting up compensation plans to processing pay changes, you'll learn how to efficiently manage employee compensation across your organization. Our course covers everything you need to know from foundational concepts to advanced strategies. It's designed by Workday experts who know the ins and outs of the platform. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience. They'll guide you through each module, ensuring you gain a thorough understanding of Workday's compensation features. Don't just take our word for it. Our students talk about the course's practical approach and real-world examples. Best of all, this opportunity to upskill is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to learners at every level. Ready to become a Workday Core Compensation Pro? Enroll now on our teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So this is how the login screen looks like in Workday, and every employee, regardless if it's an employee or if it's an admin, anyone who will have access to Workday, everyone will be logging in the same way. They will have to give a username and a password, and they can sign in to log into Workday. So, and once you log in, this is how the screen of the Workday, this is how the home page will look like. Now, this home page is completely customizable, and there are a lot of features in Workday. For example, you can see there is an assistant feature here where you can directly request certain information. It is like an AI bot, and it can be configured in Workday. And you can have a lot of worklets here that can be configured on the home screen, so you can see your team's performance, learning, organizations, cost centers. So right now what I see is this is a I have complete access to all the modules. So I have an implementer access, but then the access, what the employees will see will be a little different than the access what the administrators who are using Workday to run the day-to-day HR operations will see. So I'm just going to show you a few more basic navigations in Workday. So you see here, you can search. If you want to search for an employee, you can directly search for an employee in this search service. I'm just going to search for somebody named Jack. So if you search for Jack, it will list out all the instances in Workday that starts with Jack. So you can see that there are certain employees that start with Jack. You can also see there are certain organizations, supervisory organizations that also start with Jack. So it will just retrieve every single instance that has the word Jack. So you can see Jackie here, but we just mentioned Jack. So all the instances will be pulled into the search in the search results. I'm just going to open this one worker here. So this is how a worker profile will look like in Workday. In the summary, you'll see summary, overview, a lot of tabs here. I'll go through each of these tabs. Now you see there is a bell icon here. This is nothing but a notification button. So whenever you have some notifications, like if there is a report that you are executing. So let's say you are an admin in Workday, you are executing a report. You'll see that report is now available. You can go and access this report. If there are certain transactions that were completed or anything, as a matter of fact, that needs to be notified to you. For example, you can see there are birthday messages over here. Okay, so there's so and so employee's birthday. So these kind of anything that is a notification, like we get notifications on Facebook. Similarly, this works in a similar fashion. Any information that has to be notified to you will be coming in notification. And you see there is a message inbox. So all the actionable items will be found in the inbox. Now this is an inbox for an implementer account, so you'll see different approval actions and different change actions for different employee. So let's say an HR admin who is using this to manage the HR operations. They are doing some transactions, so they will get a task in their inbox saying, okay, these you have to change the personal information for some worker, or you have to change the organization for some worker. You have to initiate onboarding for some worker. So all the actionable items you will find in this inbox. Now it will be different for employee. Even employee will get actionable items. For example, they have to they have to submit their personal information or addresses or address proof. So those kind of once they get hired, so those kind of actions will be sent to the employees inbox, and they will have to complete it. So like once they see the action, they have to make all the changes here, and they have to submit that action. So once they submit it, it will go to the next step. So that is about this is a Workday inbox. Now here is the profile. Now, this is my profile. So I'm just right now I'm looking at Jack's profile. So let me just go back to that employee, Jack. So this is the home screen of our employee's profile. If you look at the employee's profile, and here you'll see some information like what is a Workday ID, the supervisory organization. Now, supervisory organization is nothing but um, uh, like in every company, you'll belong to one organization, right? There will be a lot of employees, and these employees will be classified, or they will be hired in different organization units. So each of these organizations are called as supervisory organization. If I just go and look at the supervisory organization here, you'll see that how many members are part of the organization. So this organization has some around 3 members, and this is the top organization. If there are any subordinate organization, you can see that there are 2 subordinate organizations. You can go and access those subordinate organizations. So here there are no employees. So let's just go to back, and you can see the details of the organization, like what is the availability, what is the subtype of the organization about, and this is all part of HCM. You'll see the position of the worker, or on which position that worker was hired, the business title, the job profile of the worker, the job family, worker type, management. So here it is 100%. If it's a part-time worker, you'll see it as somewhere around 50% or 70% or 80%. So how much out of 40 hours, which is a default that we can define again, how many hours is the employee working? What percentage of hours the employee is working? You can define it in the FT percentage. What is the location of the worker? And the hire date when the employee was hired. You can also capture some other service date like original hire date, continuous service date. Now the difference between original hire date and hire date is nothing but, let's say, now here you see that both of them are same, but let's say this employee Jack Taylor, he resigned, he separated from this organization in 2010. After 10 years he's got separated, and then he was rehired in 2022 January 1st. So you'll see the hire date as 1st of January 2022, but the original hire date will be this. So once you can separate, once the employee is terminated, you can rehire that employee with the same profile. So even that is possible in Workday. It will also show the length of service, time in position, time in job profile, and you'll see a few more. So each of these tab has different information. Like here, you'll see the compensation of the worker. And now I'll come back to this one. We have the employee has benefits. You'll see what are the different benefits the employee is currently eligible for, and what benefits has employee is assigned to. His personal information, like what is his address, his ethnicity, and whatever details. Now here we are just capturing these details, but there are a multitude of details that we can capture here. His contact information, emergency contacts, his address, all his socials, and everything we can capture. So this is how an employee's profile will look like when you open any employee. We can perform multiple actions directly from this profile. So if you click on the actions, you'll see a number of options that you can do. Like if you want to initiate a transfer, promote the worker, or change the location of the worker. If you want to change the compensation of the worker, so you can see that there is a compensation here. If you want to change the compensation, provide stock grants, one time payment. So all this is possible. So this is a basic navigation that I wanted to give you before we talk about Workday. So in Workday, there are about 16 to 17 major Workday modules. Each module serve different purpose and different requirements. And now all the organizations that are implementing Workday may not go live with all the modules. They can choose which modules they want to go live with, and based on that, Workday can be built. So they can go live with like few modules, but the most of the Workday implementations, what I have seen is HCM, compensation, and sometimes there is absence. Absence is also a common module in many of these implementation projects, but there is always HCM and compensation always implemented. Now the compensation module is divided again into two sub-modules. One is called core compensation, and there is another module called as advanced compensation. Now now, the core compensation module will deal with all the assignment of the compensation, like different kinds of compensation plans and compensation components that can be assigned to the worker. If you want to change the compensation of the worker, what are the different business processes that are involved, and if you want to provide one-time payments, if when at the time of promotion, how the compensation can be changed, what are the different compensation ranges, if you want to assign the worker to a particular grade at those grade hierarchies, all that will come with for core compensation. Now there is a separate module called as advanced compensation. Now the reason we have core compensation and a separate module called advanced compensation is because advanced compensation is completely to drive the annual review cycles in an organization. So most companies will have a annual review. Like some companies will have one time annual review. Some companies will have annual reviews two times a year. So they will have a mid-year review, and then at the end of the year they will have another review. So to handle this annual review cycle specifically, we have advanced compensation. Now, not some companies already have some enterprise software already implemented just to handle the annual reviews in their organization. So there are certain customers who don't want to use advanced compensation work, and some customers they do use advanced compensation features. So it depends from customer to customer. That's why Workday has divided compensation into two sub-modules. One is core compensation, and the customers who want to use advanced compensation, they can opt into advanced compensation module. Okay, to start with, let's start with frequency. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through some basic elements that are required for you to understand core compensation. Now, in my last call with Karthik, what Karthik wanted to have a deeper understanding is with the advanced compensation, how the review cycles work, how does that business process flow work. But to understand that, you should have a good understanding of core compensation and how the core compensation is assigned to the worker. So I will first take you through the basic components in core compensation, and then I will take you through all the different types of compensation plans that we have in Workday. And then there are certain important business processes that we have in Workday for compensation. So I will take you through those business processes and explain you how the workflow happens in business process. So when an employee is hired, how the compensation is assigned to the worker. If there is any promotion or any transfer, how we can how the compensation changes for the worker, and how can we control that change. Those kind of demonstrations, and how can we do ad hoc compensation change. If you want to provide one time payment for some workers, how can we do that? So those kind of demonstrations I'll be doing for core compensation. And once we are good with core compensation, we'll dive into advanced compensation. All right, so having said that, let's start. So the first component that I want to discuss is frequencies. So frequency is nothing but when you're getting paid, when an employee is assigned a compensation program, we have to define what is the frequency of payment. So how often this worker, let's say here in this case, Jack Taylor. So how many times in a year this Jack Taylor is going to get paid a specific compensation component. So we'll have to define frequencies. Now in Workday, it is very easy to go and search for any task here. So let's say you want to look for frequencies. You just have to search for frequencies. Now, as I type, you can see that it will already start showing you different suggestions. What are the different? So these are different tasks that you have. You can just click enter. It will show you all the results. So frequencies here will give you an overview of all the frequencies that we have currently in this tenant. Now, whenever I'm referring to tenant, that is this system. Workday environment is called as a tenant. Now, in most of the Workday implementations, once a system goes live, they will always have, and most softwares, ERP softwares will have like a production tenant, a production system, an instance, or and a sandbox instance, and then we want development. So even Workday will provide you with three different instances that we what we call it as tenants. So in this tenant, we see that there are eight frequencies. Now these eight frequencies are Workday delivered frequencies. Now let's take first frequency, which is annual. Now we already know what is annual, but how does Workday categorize annual as a frequency? So that whenever worker is assigned a compensation component that has an annual frequency, how does Workday know that this compensation component should be paid only once a year? So you can see there is an annualization factor. So this is what it is going. This is what will determine how many times in a year the if we use this frequency as a rate of payment. So if it is annual, the annualization factor will be 1. Now, if it is bi-weekly, that means every week the worker is going to get paid. So now there are 26 weeks in a year, so the annualization factor will be bi-weekly is once in 2 weeks, so that will be 26. But if it is weekly, it is going to be 52. Similarly, for semi-monthly, we have 24. Now, let's say you got a requirement where you want to configure a frequency where worker is going to get twice in a year. So this is how you can do it. Now, here you cannot edit, but there is a task called as maintain frequencies. So you can just search for frequency and you will find maintain frequency already available here. So in maintain frequency, you can go and you can maintain a frequency, like for example, biannual frequency, and here the annualization factor will be 1. Now I have seen certain projects that use some really different types of frequency. For example, 13.843. So this is also a frequency that certain companies use. I have seen that cases. So it is completely configurable. Like you can create as many frequencies as you want. So we can create a bi-annual frequency, and the frequency type will be annual frequency, so twice in a year. And if these frequencies can be shared between compensation module and payroll module as well. So if you want to enable a specific frequency for payroll as well, you have to check this box used in payroll interface. And so this is about the frequency. So if I go and open a compensation plan, now don't worry about the details of the compensation plans. I just want to explain you the frequencies in this specific compensation plan, but we will revisit all these compensation plans. So let us take an allowance plan, for example. So here you see there is a frequency. So what happens is any employee will be assigned this specific allowance plan, will be paid 20,000 pounds, UK pounds, once a year. So this is how the frequency will determine how many times a worker is going to get paid a specific compensation component that is assigned to his profile. I'll just open another allowance plan just to show you. So let me take period salary plan here. So this is also a different type of it's not internet allowance. Now, internet allowance is something that will be paid, that the employee should be paid once every month. So you see there is a frequency that is used this monthly, and here it is 0, so that is not a problem. We can change this value at the time of assignment for a week. So that is about frequencies. Now every compensation, there is something called as a compensation element. So let me just open Google Sheets. Hello, I'm not able to find that, but I'm going to use my, I am not going to use a headset. I'll just use my system's microphone. So is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
All right. Uh, okay, so coming to the compensation element. Now, compensation element is nothing but a link between workday compensation and payroll. So, compensation element is like a link between compensation and payroll. So, whenever we are creating a compensation plan, we will assign a compensation element to the compensation plan. Now what happens is, let's say for example, some of you I think already have some background in SAP. So let's consider SAP payroll, for instance. These payroll will have wage types, right? Now how does value gets populated in these wage types? It has to be pushed by some means. Now Workday also has a payroll module. If there is a payroll module already implemented for a project, the integration is seamless, and that also happens via comp element itself. But the problem with Workday payroll module is that there are only 4 countries currently that is supported by Workday. Okay, then we'll start with compensation plans. Am I sharing my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so there are multiple types of compensation plans in Workday, and each of these compensation plans have different usages. So, for example, we have salary plans, we have hourly plans, we have unit salary plans, period salary plan, allowance plan. So there are different types of compensation plans that can be created in Workday, and each of these compensation plan will serve a specific purpose. Now we'll go through each of these compensation plans, starting with salary plans. Now salary plan should be assigned to a worker. Every worker who is hired in Workday should have either a salary plan or an hourly plan. So these two compensation plans will serve as a base salary for the worker. Now worker can have all these plans. If they can be assigned one from each of these plans, they can have a lot of plans. Some workers might have 20 to 30 compensation plan. That is also possible, but at a minimum a worker should have a salary plan or an allowance plan that will serve as a base salary for the worker. So let us just see how to create a salary plan. So create salary plan is a transaction, or is a task to create a salary plan. And there are when you create any compensation plan, you have to provide an effective date for that compensation plan. So this will define from which date is this salary plan available in Workday for assignment. So if I give today's June 1st as a effective date, you cannot assign this compensation plan as of let's say 31st of May. You can only assign this compensation plan in Workday as of 1st of June. So I'm just going to use 1st of June here. Now there are only few fields in salary plan, and that is because the value, whatever the amount that we are going to assign in the salary plan, happens at the time of hire. So here it will only capture very minimum values. So I'm just going to use a fictitious company, like let's say Meta salary plan. Okay. Now the compensation element. Now yesterday we discussed about the compensation element, and I'm going to use base pay as a default compensation element, which is a default compensation element in Workday. Now base pay is every salary plan should be always assigned the base pay as a comp element, because salary plan will drive the base salary of the worker. So if it's a salary plan or an hourly plan, you should always assign base pay, and there is a reason for this, which I'll be explaining you when I will cover compensation basis concept. Apply FT percentage. Now if you want if you remember, when I was showing you the Jack's profile yesterday, let me just open Jack.
100 percentage. Now let's suppose this employee was a part-time employee and the percentage is just 50%. Now do you want the employee's salary to be paid according to the full-time employee percentage? If yes, you will have to check it as apply FT percentage. So let's say if Jack was just a 50% full-time employee, when this compensation plan will be assigned for, let's say, $10,000 was assigned as a salary for this worker, and if he's just 50%, he'll be only paid 50% of it. So that will be like 50% of 10,000 will be 5,000. So that is what apply FT percentages. So eligibility rule is nothing but how do you define the eligibility for the worker? So the eligibility rule will define uh, based on different criteria that we can define in the rule. It will determine if a specific compensation plan is eligible for assignment to a worker or not. Now the task to create an eligibility rule is create compensation eligibility rule. This is how the eligibility rule will look like. So you can give a description in the rule. I'm just going to give meta salary plan eligibility. Now there is a source field. Now this is like a you can have multiple criteria like this. For example, organization is a specific organization. Now these are all, this is called as a source field. Now in Workday you'll have different types of field where the data is stored. For example, all the organization data you can access from this field. So this field is a multi instance field. It's a Workday delivered field and it will return all the applicable organization and superior organization. So this field will contain all the organizational data. So I can query it. It's like an SQL in the background. But here you can intuitively create a rule like organization supervisor organization relational operator will be any in the selection list, and here from the selection list I can search for any organization. For now I'm just going to search for Jack Ma. There is a consulting organization. So if the employee is a part of Jack Ma Consulting Canada organization, he will be assigned, he will be eligible for Meta salary plan assignment. You can have multiple criterias like you can put job profile as a criteria. So job profile is a specific, for example, the employee is from Jack Ma Consulting Canada and the job profile should be manager. You can look for a manager job profile, and he should be from Canada, or he should be an employee, he should be a citizen of Canada. So you can look for citizenship as a citizenship status is Canada. So you can create different types of rules like this. And if you want another criteria saying that if it is citizenship should not be United States. So employees who is citizen of Canada, or the employee is a citizen of, or employee is a citizen of US. Or you can create negation rules as well, like here in this criteria you can put any in the selection list or none in the selection list. So it's basically negation. Or you can put it as empty. So if there is a specific information that is not available, then you can put a negation, or you can include that rule. Let me just open an existing compensation eligibility rule and I'll explain you what is it. So I'm just going to open this test condition here. Now if I have I'm just going to edit this rule. So let's say I have a rule that says if the employee is from US or Canada, the employees from US or employees from Canada, and job profile is manager. So there is two rules. So what I can do is you can see there are brackets over here. So I can group a few criterias into one single group. Like I can put a job profile here. Let's take this for example, job profile. Come on. So now I'm creating a role like this. Job profile is manager, and location of the employee, let's say location is Chicago. It makes more sense. So you can insert an already created condition as well into this. Let me just look for a field called this country. Okay, countries of location is United. From United States, he should be a manager to be eligible for this compensation plan. Can be he should be a director. So I'm just going to create one more condition, same condition, but I'll just group it and show it how it works for you. So here I'm going to give India. I'm just going to give something like a director. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'm just going to this. There is already two brackets here. I'm going to put two more brackets here, and I'm going to change this to or. So how Workday is going to evaluate is it is going to first evaluate individual rows of conditions, saying okay, now there is an employee on which the transaction is being executed. It is going to check what is the country for USA. If it is if the employee is from USA, it will return it as true. If the job profile is manager, it is not manager, it will return it as false. If the country of the employee is India, it will return as true or false. So here is going to return as false. If the profile is director, yes, true. Now it is going to compare true and true. It will become true. True and false. So it follows that truth table logic. Are you familiar with that? I'm going to create another rule that is going to just say that uh, or if the employee is from, or if the employee let me just say country, and if the employee is from Canada, he is eligible for this compensation plan. We don't have to check for any job profile. So I'm just going to put anything like in the selection list. So it will say there is an error, too many parentheses. So you'll have to put the right amount of parentheses. It will check, it will validate if the parenthesis is right or not, and then only it will allow you to submit it. And so this is how it is. What I want to basically explain is the eligibility rule will define the eligibility criteria of the worker. Now you can create a very complex eligibility rules. I have worked on eligibility rules that spans 240 rows of criteria. So you can create nested criteria like or you can have a very big chunk of conditions in one, and if this is not true, then you can have an again a big chunk of conditions that is going to check if the eligibility. Now there is just not compensation plans that we where we use compensation eligibility. We use it in a multitude of places, which I will show you in the upcoming sessions. But for now, just understand the eligibility criteria will define if the employee is eligible for a specific compensation plan or not. Now, in this case, I'm just going to use an existing eligibility. So country is United States. So there should be a rule is going to check if the country is United States of America. So if you go and look into the rule, now you can check the rule this way as well. If you this three dots here, it is always either related actions, that what we call in Workday. So you can look for extra information or for any specific instance by clicking on these three dots, and here you can see what is the rule state. So it says all country of location is United States. So what this means is any employee who is from United States will be eligible for Meta salary plan, a business process transaction that will happen. For example, you are hiring a worker. Let's say you are hiring a worker, and there are a number of compensation plans you see. Now there are in this tenant, you'll see like an insane amount of compensation plan because there are a lot of people that are using the same tenant. But let's say there are 10 compensation plans. Now for global projects where there are more than 20, 30 countries, or 100 and more than 100 countries, there will be different types of compensation plans for every country, or for every for different types of employees in each country. There will be different types of compensation plans. Now Workday, when at the time of whenever you are hiring a worker, this eligibility rule engine will run in the background to check the criteria. So that is about the salary plan, and the configuration for salary plan is pretty simple, very simple, because majority of the assignment and the currency, the frequency, everything will be assigning when we are hiring the worker. That is the first time when we'll assign the salary. So at the time of hiring, we'll see how the salary plan assignment happens. Now let's go to the next type of compensation plan, that is called hourly compensation plan. Now salary plans are assigned to salaried workers. So you can, whenever you are creating salary plan eligibility, you can also mention that the pay rate for the worker is salaried and not hourly. So you can have an explicitly mention that the pay rate is salaried. So you can have a pay rate like this. Pay rate is salaried. But when you are creating an hourly plan, this will be assigned to all the workers who are hourly workers. So let's look at hourly plan, and there are few more things that you can configure in hourly plan. So here is effective date. I'm going to again give the effective date as 1st of June, and meta hourly plan. Now eligibility, I'm again going to give country is United States. So I'm just going to put United States here. Now the comp element. Now I mentioned earlier, it should always be base pay. So the salary plan and hourly plan should always have base pay as a comp element. Now you see there is an amount attribute here. We did not find that in salary plan, but in hourly plans you can mention the amount. Now you can leave it as 0. There is no problem. Or if you want to give, like for example, $10, you can put $10, or you can put any currency. As a matter of fact, if you want to put USD, you can put USD, or if you want to put GBP here, you can use pounds as a currency. I'm just going to use USD for now. Now the frequency, now this is going to define how the employee is going to get paid. Since this is an hourly plan, I'm just going to mention the frequency as hourly. All right. Now you see there is a attribute called as minimum wage. Now in countries like US, the federal laws will specify that it will mandate that there should be a statutory hourly payment for the worker. So I don't know what is it right now. I think it is $15 or something. I'm not really sure. But if there is any legal requirement where an employee, if hired on an hourly payment basis, he should be paid a minimum of $10. What you do is you'll mention $10 here, and you will check this minimum wage checkbox. Now what will happen is, whenever anyone initiates a transaction or assigns hourly plan for a worker, if this minimum wage is checked and if there is an amount mentioned here, that initiator cannot give a value less than 10 US dollars for that worker. He can give 20 or more than 10, but less than 10, Workday will give an error saying that the amount should not be less than $10. Now I will demonstrate this when we hire a worker, but for now this is what it is. What it means, minimum wage is going to determine what is a minimum wage. You can just uncheck this, and now even if you have $10 here, the person who is initiating can go ahead and give $5. Workday will not throw any error. He can also give like $1, it doesn't throw any error. But if you have mentioned $10 here, and if there is a minimum wage checked here, at least 10.01 should be given at the time of initiating the transaction. If you give less than 10 or equal to, if you give anything less than 10, Workday will throw an error saying that minimum amount that should be given or that should be assigned should be $10 per hour. So I'm just going to create this hourly compensation plan. Now the third type of compensation plan is called as allowance compensation plan. Now this is a little um, widely used because most of the companies will have a lot of allowance plans, and it's very localized. Like for every country, there are different types of allowances for every country. So we'll look at the allowance plans. I'll come back to period salary and unit salary plans. So allowance plans is for any compensation plan that you don't want to pay it as a base salary. So anything additional than the base salary that you want to pay, you will pay it as an allowance plan. Now, for an example for allowance plans will be uh, let's say mobile allowance or housing allowance or travel allowances. So these are the different types of allowance plans. Internet allowance. Now nowadays, because of COVID, most companies have started giving monthly internet allowance for workers. So anything that you want to pay other than the base salary for the worker will come as a will be paid using allowance plans. So let's see how we can create an allowance plan very quickly. Create allowance plan. Now when you are creating allowance plan, you'll see that there are three types of allowance plans that you can create. You can create an amount based allowance plan, you can create a percentage based allowance plan, you can create a unit based allowance plan. Let us first look into the amount based allowance plan. So I'm just going to put the effective date as first. Now amount based allowance plan is nothing but, if you want to pay an amount to the worker, not a percentage, it's going to be a defined amount. So I'm going to create a meta internet allowance as a allowance plan. And this is again going to be United States. So I'm just going to keep it as very simple. Country is United States of America. Now the comp element. Now there is no mandatory that you have to use base pay as a comp element. You can use any compensation element for allowance plan. You can have a custom compensation element, or if there is an already a compensation element that you can use, you can go ahead and use that one. So for those who are on this call, I was explaining comp element. I'll just give a very quick overview of comp element. Comp element is nothing but a link between compensation and payroll. So let's say there is a compensation plan that has a comp element A. Now in the back end, you can assign a payroll code to this comp element. So let's say this is 1234. Now what Workday will do is if there is a if the worker is assigned a compensation plan and it has a comp element that has a payroll code, and if the worker is assigned some amount over here, what Workday does is it will populate, it will send this amount to this payroll code, and there can be integrations that can be, we can create integrations that will pick the value and push that value from Workday to the downstream systems. For example, there is SAP. So let's say there is a wage type WT 1234 that is tracking all the allowance plan amounts. So let's consider this scenario. I have three compensation plans. So there is a compensation plan A. There is a compensation plan A. Now there is a compensation plan B. And B, and the compensation element is also B, comp ele B, and the payroll code here is also the same payroll code. So we are not using separate payroll codes. I'm just using same payroll code. The reason being, in let's say in SAP, WT1234 is a wage type that is going to populate, or that is going to that is going to have a sum of all the allowance amount that an employee is getting paid. So if the employee is getting paid an internet allowance of 500 and a mobile allowance of 500, this wage type will have 1000 as a total value that is going to get pushed from these two different comp elements. So there can be one comp element per compensation plan, or you can use the same comp element. For example, you can have the same comp element that can be used for multiple allowance plans. So it is like one to one can also be possible. There can be many to one possible. Many to many is also possible. All right. So I'm just going to use an existing comp element called allowance, and I'm just going to give 500. That's going to be too much. I'm just going to give 150 US dollars as an amount, an allowance amount, and the frequency is going to be monthly. Okay, if you want to apply full-time percentage here, so based on the full-time percentage, the employee will be paid accordingly. So if he's 50%, he's only going to get paid 75 out of this 150. So if you want to pay regardless, you can uncheck this. So in this case, I'm just going to uncheck it. No override. Now what this means is, at the time of transaction, if the worker if the person who is initiating, for example, let's say an HR admin is initiating a request compensation change, that is a change to the compensation for the worker, and that HR admin want to assign internet elements. Now at the time of assignment, the HR admin will see that it is 150 US dollars, but HR admin want to change this to 75. Now, if I don't check this, the HR admin can go ahead and change it to 75. But if I check this box, the person will be initiating the transaction for the worker or assigning this compensation plan for the worker. They will not be able to change this value. So this value will now become hard coded. That means it cannot be overridden. Give me a second. Okay. So that is what no override means. If you check no override, this value cannot be overridden. Now we'll come back to exclude from merit when we are discussing the advanced compensation plans. So you can click OK, and now this compensation plan will be eligible for all workers in USA. Now, sorry about that. Now this Meta Internet Allowance is now eligible for all workers in USA. Now let's think like this. Now this Meta Internet Allowance, now the global companies, they have a policy where all employees in every country are eligible for this allowance plan. Now you don't you if you want to create, you have to create like multiple allowance plan, each allowance plan with the eligibility criteria saying that okay, countries United States, countries Canada. So you don't want to do that. So there is something called as allowance plan profiles. So if you want to create localized compensation values for different countries, like local, if you want to localize this for let's say for Canada, you want to create, you want to have a separate amount. For India, you want to have separate amount. You can have allowance plan profiles. So this is where you can create those profiles. Now let's say I want to have meta allowance created for Spain. So there is one for Spain. If it is Spain, I want to provide let's say 100 euros. And for if the employee is from India, I want to provide 2000 rupees. If the employee is from United Kingdom, I want to give him 90 pounds. Or the employee is from Thailand, I want to give him 1500 baht. So now what will happen is, if the employee is eligible for if the employee is from Spain, that employee will not be assigned 150 USD. He will be assigned 100 euros instead of 150 USD. So you don't have to create multiple allowance plan for your localization. You can have a single allowance plan, and then you can create multiple profiles and make a different profile eligibility, so that if the employee is satisfying one of these eligible criteria, the corresponding amount and currency will be assigned. Now one of the things that you'll have to ensure is that these rules should be mutually exclusive. That means that one employee should not be eligible for two different profiles. If the employees should always be eligible for only one profile from the number of profiles that is listed out here. So it should always be mutually exclusive. Now I'll go into detail of this at the time of hiring the worker. Let me just cover one more compensation plan. So this is how it should not be set up. If it is countries United States, no employee will be assigned this. So there should always be a subset of this eligibility rule. So how this should have been ideally set up is, since I did not create a meta organization, ideally we will create an eligibility rule that is going to query all the employees who are eligible for Meta Internet Allowance, and for each, and we'll add another profile here that says if the country is United States, it is going to be 150 USD, and then we'll just make it as 0. So this is going to be a default. So how Workday does the transaction is whenever whenever the plan, this is called plan level eligibility, and this is called as the profile level eligibility. Okay. So how the Workday will determine the eligibility is, first it will check the plan level eligibility, and it will take all the employees who are eligible for this compensation plan, and if it has profiles, it will then go to the profile and check for all the profiles. So let's say there are 10 employees for which Workday is checking the eligibility, and it is going to check which employee is eligible for Spain, which employee is eligible for India, which employee is eligible for US, United Kingdom, which employee is eligible for Thailand. If the employee is eligible for one of these, it will assign it. If the employee is not eligible for any of these profiles, what Workday will do is it will assign whatever is in the default. So that's why this is called as allowance defaults. I was about to revisit it once I explain you the percentage based allowance plan. So I will show you the demo for all this. So what I'll do, so we covered salary, we covered hourly plan, we'll cover allowance plan, amount based allowance plan, and percentage based allowance plan. Then I'm going to explain you period salary plans. After that, I will explain you a concept called as compensation basis, and how compensation elements are used to calculate the value of compensation basis, the total compensation basis for a worker. And then I will start showing you business processes and demonstrate how how these defaulting and all will happen. So I'm taking you step by step. So this was an amount based allowance plan. If I want to create a percentage based, so now there are certain allowances that you can create a percentage based allowance. So let me just create a percentage based allowance plan. Now this is going to be a housing allowance. So Meta housing allowance plan. Now here I'm just going to put as United States again. We'll change it later if you want. Okay, now here we have something called as compensation basis. For now, don't just skip this for now. I'll explain what is compensation basis. The element here, I'm just going to give elements as the element. So again, you can have a custom, if you want to create a Meta housing allowance plan comp element, you can always go ahead and create that, and just using something pre-existing. Now here I'm going to give it as 10%, let's say 5%. Okay, and it is going to be paid monthly to the worker. Now what will happen is 5% of the total base pay. So whatever value will be populated in total base pay, 5% of that will be the Meta housing allowance plan for the worker. So for now, let's assume, now I'll come back to total base pay later, but let's just assume total base pay that is assigned to the worker is 100,000. Okay, now if Meta housing allowance is assigned to the worker, 5% of 100,000, that is going to be 5,000. 5,000 or 500. This will be eligible for the worker. So this is how it is going to calculate. 5% of 100,000 is going to be eligible for the worker. Now again, if you want it to be not overridable, you can select this. So this cannot be overridden. It will always be 5%. If you want anyone to change this, so later at the time of assignment, if you want to give like 15% or 7%, if you don't check this box, it can be done. There is a ceiling amount and ceiling currency, which is nothing but for if you want, if that, let's say like we have these offers and all, right? We'll have like the 150% discount, but the max value should be max discount will be 100. Okay, so similarly to that, there is a 5% allowance, but the maximum that you can avail will be, let's say, 5,000 only. So that is a ceiling amount, how much ceiling amount, and you have to provide a currency over here for ceiling amount. Now this can again be localized, like here for every country you can have an eligibility rule, a compensation basis, on which this percentage is calculated. So you can, let's say for India, you have for Indian employees, you have 10% allowance, 10%, and ceiling currency is INR, and the max you can avail is let's say just 10,000. You cannot avail more than 10,000. So regardless of how much the employee is earning, the max he can avail from this allowance plan is 10,000. Like similarly, you can have one profile for every country, and so again the same concept goes into the eligibility rule. This should be the profiles should be a subset of this, or else and Workday doesn't check. So if it is a subset or not, you will have to define it accordingly, or else what happens is Workday will not correctly default the values for the workers. So the configuration should be the person who is creating this should be cognizant of what is the eligibility rule that he is giving, and if these rules are the right subset or not. So that is about percentage based allowance plan. Let us quickly I'm just going to remove this for now. I'm not defining any ceiling amounts. Okay. So we created percentage based allowance plan. Now let's look into the period salary plans. Now there are certain countries like let's say Philippines and a few other countries where we have something called as a period salary. Now period salary is nothing but some countries will have this policy where the employees in that company or employees who are working in that organization, they'll get a additional 1 month of salary. So let's say there is a 13-month salary plan. What will happen is the workers will get 1 month extra salary, so they won't have this concept of variable bonus and all. They will have a concept of period salary that is like a guaranteed. So once a year they will get an additional month of salary as payment. Now this payment will be distributed throughout the year. So if you give it as a monthly, it will be distributed throughout the year. So let's see how the configuration for this plan goes. So create period salary plan. Okay, so here I'm just going to give meta 13-month salary, and I'm going to define the eligibility rule as Philippines. I just want to for the employees who are from Philippines will be eligible for this. Okay. Now here the comp element. Now again you can mention the comp element as if you want this to be part of the base pay or the part of the base salary, you can define it as base pay, because when you say this is a part of their salary, you have to mention it as base pay. But if the client don't want it to be a part of the base pay, they can always provide some other comp element. So I'm just going to put base pay here. Okay, the period multiplier. Now period multiplier is nothing but how on what basis the periods are getting. I mean, let's say the period is going to be monthly here, month. Now how many additional month of salary this employee is going to get? So I'm just going to put 1 here. So 1 extra month of salary, this employee is going to receive an additional month of salary. If it is going to be a 16-month salary plan, that means in a year there are 12 months, and additional that is going to be paid for the worker is 4 additional months. So this period multiplier is going to become 4, and the compensation basis you'll have to define as total base pay. 4 additional month of salary the employee is going to get. Let's say I want, if this is for daily workers or hourly workers, meta I'm just going to put 10 daily period salary. So let's assume there are workers who are paid on a daily basis. So the number of days they are going to work, they are going to get paid that much. So I have a policy in Philippines where the employees who are working in Meta, they are going to get 10 days of additional payment in a year. So how we configure this, we'll make it as 10, and this is good. The period is going to be day. So 10 days of additional amount per year they are going to get. So that is the overall concept behind the period salary plan. Now you can have different types of period salary plans. For example, you can create something like I have created something like 13.842 period salary plan, and the period multiplier is like 1.842. So this is always calculated on an annual basis. Now how much what amount or what is a multiplier, like for if we subtract 13.842 from 12, the extra is 1.842. So this much of month salary will be extra will be paid to the worker. So that is how the calculation happens. Now how much is the amount? It is again calculated on top of the total base pay of the worker. So the total base pay will get calculated, and then on top of that the period salary will calculate what is 1.842 per month for the total base pay that the employee is eligible for. Now allowance plan frequency is not determined, or it is not dependent on the frequency of his salary. So the employee, if the employee is getting paid hourly, the employee can also be assigned a compensation allowance plan which will be paid monthly once. Okay, that is also possible. So it doesn't there is no such caveat where, if the worker is getting paid allowance plan monthly, all his compensation components should be monthly only. It can be different as well. So that's about the this period salary plan. Now let us discuss compensation basis. Give me 1 second. Just give me a second. Let me just open a Google sheet. Okay. All right. So let me show you to better explain you the concept of compensation basis. I'm going to do this. So there are compensation plans. Okay. So there is, let's say, there is a salary plan. Okay, and the element that we use in salary plan is base pay. Okay, we have three allowance plans: allowance plan A, allowance plan B, allowance plan C, and then we also have a period salary plan here. Okay, now for allowance plan we have allowance as a compensation element. And for period salary plan, I'm again using base pay. Now let's assume the amount for this salary plan is 10,000. Okay. The amount of allowance paid for this is 500, this is 500, and this is 1,000. And again, the period salary plan is again, let's say it is totaling up to around 1,000 overall. Now, what is going to be the total base pay is nothing but, so what total base pay is going to calculate is the total amount of components that is using base pay as the comp element. So whatever compensation component are going to use base pay, that is going to get added, and it will total to a total base pay. So here in this case, we only have two compensation plans that is using base pay. Now base pay is a delivered workday compensation basis, and there should be at least one compensation plan that should be assigned to the worker, that is a base pay. So every worker should have at least one salary plan or an hourly plan, and it should be a base. It should use base pay as a comp element. So that is going to be the base salary for the worker. Now here the total base pay for this worker is going to be 10,000 plus 1,000. So that is going to be the total base for the worker, and the allowances are again paid separately and tracked with a different compensation element. Now let's just suppose there is nothing that is stopping you from having an allowance as well as a base pay. So you can also include an allowance into base pay. So what will happen is this is going to also have this as a, so it is going to be 11,000. So 10,000 plus 500 is going to be 11,500. So coming back to this example, so it will become 11,500. Now let's just assume this percentage based allowance plan. You remember we provided something called as 5% here. Now how does Workday calculate 5%? Now Now if I just go back to that compensation plan here, so let us just go and search. So compensation plans is the task where you can search for all the compensation plans in this tenant. So since this has a lot of compensation plans, it will just take some time. So we created a meta percent elements, right? Meta housing. So there is meta housing elements. I'm just going to open this compensation plan, and then you see that it is 5% of what the basis is total base pay. So how does it calculate? So it's going to calculate 5% of total base pay. That is going to be 5% of 11,500. So this employee is going to get 575 because his base pay is 11,500. If this is not a base pay, so we have put allowance plan A as base pay. If it is something called like allowance, now the base pay will not have 11,500, will just have 10,000 plus 1,000, that is going to be 11,000. So this is going to be 11,000, and accordingly this value will change. So here it is going to be 550. So this is how Workday will calculate for percentage based compensation plans. It is going to calculate on top of like 5% of a total base pay here. So this is how it is. This is how percentage based plans work. Now we have different types of percentage based plans. Even merit plans and bonus plans will also have percentage based. So this is how that calculation happens. So it is going to take one basis as a total value, and 5% of that total basis will be calculated as total base pay. Okay, now let's discuss a bit more deeper into total base pay as a concept. Okay, so let me just go and open compensation basis. Anything you want to search, you can just search for compensation. You see all the tasks for comp basis. So maintain compensation basis. Now when I open maintain compensation basis, you'll see that there are 3 compensation bases that says delivered compensation basis. So these are the 3 compensation bases that are already delivered in Workday by Workday. These are default given by Workday. If you want to create a separate compensation basis, a custom compensation basis for your own requirement, for your own reporting purpose, you can create a custom comp basis, and we'll see how to create that as well. Now let's discuss about total base pay. Now, as I said earlier, total base pay is nothing but it is going to sum all the salary and allowance plans that are defined as base pay. So all the compensation plans that use the comp element base pay. So here it is allowance. If it is base pay, it is going to add all that whatever the value is in that compensation plan that is assigned to the worker, and it will become the total base pay for the worker. The second delivered compensation basis is called as total salary and allowances. So this is nothing but, as the name goes, all the salary plans and all the allowance plans that are assigned to the worker. So in this case, if I look, it is just salary plan. So I have all the base pay plans. So it is going to be 10,000 plus 1,000 and all the salary plans. So it is going to just add 10,000 plus this plus this plus this plus this. This is going to be his total salary and allowances, as the name goes. So if I just go and check Jack's profile here, Jack Taylor's profile, and if I go and see his compensation, you'll see that there is a total base pay and there is a total salary and allowances. So if you go and see here, the total base pay here, if I go and open this general salary plan, you'll only see that only this compensation plan has a base pay defined here. And what the value that is defined for this compensation plan is 176,112.86, and that is the reason you'll see the total base pay is this. And for these compensation plans, you see there is a separate compensation element altogether. So it's an allowance. Now what will happen? Let me see if I can for this compensation plan. So what if I just change this to base pay? Okay. So if I change this to base pay, the value that is populating here should have an additional 500, right? So if I just refresh this, let's see if the value changes. So naturally the value got automatically changed, because now there are two compensation plans that is having base pay here. Now you see the salary, total salary and allowances and total base pay is same. The reason is we only have two compensation plans assigned to the worker, and one is a salary plan and one is an allowance plan. So that's why you see total salary and allowances here. Now some organizations would only like to keep just total base pay for reporting. Only some organizations will have total salary and allowances. So this field can be hidden tenant wide. So if you can, there is a task, you can check tenant wide settings here. So if you go to edit tenant settings and edit HCM setup, and if you go to compensation here, you'll see there is hide total salary and allowances. So if you go ahead and hide this, it will no longer show up for this worker. So only total base pay will be visible for the worker. So let's see that. See, only total base pay will be available, and total salary and allowances will not be visible. And this is going to affect all the employees. It's not just Jack, the tenant wide, all the employees that are in this tenant or in this organization. So it's like a global setting, not a localized country level setting. So some companies they don't want to track salary and allowances. They just want to see the total base pay of the worker. So that's about total salary and allowances. Now, eligible earnings override, we will discuss this when we discuss merit, but I'll give you an overview of an introduction of what this is. Now, let's say Jack has 202,112.86. So he has about 2 lakhs of 200,000 something USD as a total base pay. And let's say I am doing some kind of I'm doing a review cycle for this worker, and I want to override this. So I don't want to calculate the merit plan for the worker on top of total base pay. So we discussed some time back, right? If I give a percentage based plan, it is going to calculate on top of the total base pay. So here it is calculating 5% of total base pay. So if I don't want that, I want Workday to calculate this on top of, let's say, 15,000. Now there is the worker is not getting paid 15,000, but I want this 5% to be calculated on top of this compensation basis. So that is where we get this concept of eligible earnings override. So this is like an employee level. So you will have to do a CSV upload. We discussed yesterday inbound EIBs, right? So you will put. So for those employees, you will do an eligible earnings override and you'll load it via EIB. And for all those workers, you will see a different amount being populated instead of the total compensation basis. And on top of that, the merit and bonus will be calculated for the workers. So that's about eligible earnings override. We'll revisit this topic when we are going into advanced compensation. When you're giving a salary, salary increase, you want to see how much the employee is getting, right? The total, what is the total amount the employee is receiving? So you'll track it via total base pay. Some company, because most I'm not talking about India, but other companies, they have a bottom up approach of calculating salary. So they have a salary and they have allowances that are again paid separately. So it's not a part of the salary. So that's why we have total base pay is only going to consider all the compensation plans that are salary. But when it comes to India, we have like a concept of CTC. So don't compare this with CTC. So this is basically there for reporting purpose. So whenever somebody is initiating a transaction, like changing the salary of the worker, and they will look at the total base pay doesn't exceed so and so, and how much is the current total base pay, and so those kind of things. So it's primarily for reporting purpose, the total base pay. So it is basically just a calculating whatever is getting assigned to the worker. Okay. All right. All right. So we discussed different types of there are three types of compensation basis. Now, before we go into configurable compensation basis, let us go and try to hire a worker so that I'll show you how the compensation is going to get. How do we assign compensation for a worker? So let me just find a supervisory organization. I'm just going to use this employees supervisory organization, and I see there is uh, there is an unfilled position. So let us try to hire a worker into this position. So before that, I'm just going to make a small change here. Now this is again so that we don't waste time. So I don't want to go through the entire big business process. I'm just going to create a custom business process just for this organization. That's what I'm doing. So this comes as a part of HCM. So I'm just going to add another step called propose request compensation. Propose compensation. I explained the business process in a separate session, but for now I'm just going to demonstrate how the hiring works. Okay. So this is called a business process. Here you can define the complete workflow for any a separate process. For example, a hire process. How the employee is getting hired, we can define a workflow. Now you see here it is a very small, basic, just two steps. But there are usually 25, 30 steps that goes into hiring a worker. There are a lot of things that you can define. Just for convenience purpose, I just put two simple steps here. Just going to make it as a completion step. Just go back quickly to Jack's profile here. Okay, now we'll go here and we'll hire a worker on this position here. HRIS analyst 3. So hire worker. Here you can search for pre-hires if there are any pre-hires created. So I'm just going to search with name called Jack if there are any pre-hires. So before you even hire a worker, you'll have to create a pre-hire. Let me just check if any of these workers can be used for this position. And I'm going to hire him as of today's date. And here we have to specify reasons. I'm just going to specify a new hire, new position, worker type. So he's a full-time worker, a regular worker. Regular worker, the job profile. I'm going to select one of the job profiles. So from one of these job families, I'm just going to use time type full-time. Location, I'm just going to use New York, one of the locations in USA. New York. And pay rate, I don't have to give any workspace. I'm just going to put pay rate as salaried, just like that. Okay. And I'm going to submit this transaction. Now we're going to reassignment. This employee has no worker, no manager. Just proxy. Let me just initiate this here 1 second. Let me again start that hire for Jamila. Yes. Okay. So it came to Nathan Kellogg. So it came to me again. So here I can assign the compensation for the worker. So this is how the compensation, assignment screen looks like. Now there are a lot of things like package, grade profile. We'll come back to that. For now, I'm just going to show you the salary assignment. So I'm just going to search for Meta salary plan. Here I'm just going to assign a grade and a grade profile. For now, I'm just going to assign 100,000 here, and frequency is annual. And here I'm just going to select the compensation package. So random comp package and a random compensation grade like this. And the allowances, that we can add some allowances to the worker. So we created 2 allowances, right? So I'm just going to add one Meta housing allowance and one Meta allowance. Now you remember when we created these allowance plans, the Meta housing allowance. So let me just go back to that allowance plan. The Meta housing allowance, the no override was not checked. So that's why when you are initiating, when you are going through this transaction, you can change this to 10% or 7%, and Workday will allow it. But for Meta internet elements, you remember we did not put, we have put that no override checkbox. So you cannot, this amount cannot be edited. This is like a hard coded value, and any employee will be assigned to this specific compensation plan will be paid 150 for sure. So there is no way to edit it. We have also created a period salary plan. Let me just add a period salary plan here. 13. I'm just going to use this period salary. Let me just check the same way that we created 13-month salary. So the period multiplier will be 1 and it is months. I'm just going to use this period salary plan for now, and I'm just going to submit this transaction. So it shows as success, and if we go and check the employee details here, Jack Miller, Now you'll see a lot of details already populating, and if I go to the compensation, you'll see that we have assigned a salary plan, so that is 100,000 USD. There is a 13-month salary plan, so 1 month total base pay, and this is a biannual for. Okay, we'll come back to that. There is a meta housing allowance plan, so 7% of the total base pay and meta internet allowance 150. So we did not put this as element is still allowance, so that's why you won't see that 7% in this total base pay. You're only seeing whatever is in this 100,000 US dollars. If I go and make this as base pay, you'll see that value coming here. Or even better, let me just go to the tenant settings and change that. So edit tenant settings. So edit tenant setup. Let's see here. I'll just going to enable total salary and allowances. Now you'll see the total base pay is different, and the total salary and allowances for Jack Miller will be having both the allowance plans as well. So 100,000 is the total base pay, and this total salary and allowances will be a combination of all the salary plans and allowance plans that is assigned to the worker. So that is 100,000 plus 7% plus 150. Now for the period salary plan, let me just check what happened. So the compensation basis here is total base pay and complete 1 month. So 1 month of total base pay biannual. So this is how you can this is a general example, a very basic way of how a higher transaction happens. Now generally higher transaction will have a lot more steps in that. You can change the assignments, and you can add change contracts and all. But I just showed you the compensation part of it. Now there is something called as compensation package, grade, and grade profile. Now before we go assigning the compensation for the worker, we had to manually go and search for the specific compensation plan and then assign it. Now, what if we want these compensation plans to automatically default based on the eligibility rule? Now, defaulting is a very important feature, and most ERP systems will always have a defaulting feature, because the admins who are doing this transaction, they don't want to sit and think like which compensation plan this worker should be assigned to. The system should do that job for them. So that's why we use a defaulting feature. So we use compensation package for that. But before we go into compensation package, let us discuss what is a compensation grade and what is a compensation grade profile. Now, a grade is something that is going to define the range of compensation that a specific employee is going to get. Now there will be different grades in organization. Now every organization will have, some organizations will call it as bands, some organization will call it as levels. So different levels of employee will be eligible for a different compensation. So we can define what is the range that employee is eligible for. For example, an employee who is a level 5 will be eligible for, let's say, 120,000, a minimum of 120,000 to a maximum of 300,000, let's assume. And an employee who is on level 7 will be eligible for a minimum of 500,000 to a maximum of 1 million. So if I go to this employee, you see the base pay range. So this employee should be paid a minimum of it is eligible for a minimum of 85,000. So when this is like an analytic and a range for this grade. So any employee who is part of management grade and a USA grade profile, this is the range. So he should be paid a minimum of 85,000 US dollars and a maximum of 135,000 US dollars. Now there is no we can create validations and hard stops and errors if somebody is trying to assign more than that. but this is just for a analytic purpose. So when somebody is initiating the transaction, they will see, okay, for this employee, for this grade, this is the range. So they will have to give a value that is inside that range. If they go outside that range, either they want to change the compensation grade, or sometimes they can go outside of that range. So different organizations have different policies around it. But this is to just make you understand what is a grade. So grade will define the range, the pay range for a worker. So create compensation grade is a task for creating grades. And now here again, you can provide an effective date. And this is called pay range segments. Yeah, I'll come back to pay range segments in some time. So I'm just going to click OK here. Now this is how the grade setup looks like. Here you have to provide the grade name. So I'm just going to give meta compensation grade manager. Okay, so this is for a manager. Let's assume the base pay element. Here you can give standard base pay, or even base pay is fine. You can provide the base pay here. The grade will be base pay. The eligibility rule, again, I'm just going to provide United States. Now this here I'm just going to put Jackma, so that when I explain you the concept of grade profile, I don't want to confuse you. The currency, for now I'm just going to put USD as a default currency, and frequency as annual. Okay. Now here is where we define the range. What is the minimum that any employee who's assigned to meta compensation manager grade, what is the minimum that employee is eligible for, and what is the maximum that employee is eligible for? Now what you see here as segment 1 top, segment 2 top, this is for like again analytics purpose. So you can determine so the employee will be somewhere between the minimum and the maximum. So you can determine at which segment this employee is. So like it's like a quadrant basically. Okay, this employee is reaching the 4th quadrant. So you can set up rules in the background that will say, if the employee is between 3rd and 4th segment, he is eligible for a promotion, so he should be promoted in the next hike cycle. So we can see this segment information in the review cycle as well. So which segment is this employee in, and if he is in this specific segment, and we might want to promote this worker, something like that. So these kind of information can be passed down to advanced compensation as well. So here I'm just going to define something like 70,000 US dollars, and the maximum will be segment top, that is going to be 150,000, let's say. Okay, now the rest of the values can be calculated automatically, like by clicking on calculate segments. So the minimum is 700,000, segment 1 top will be 90,000, segment 2 top is 110,000, and the segment 4 the maximum, and here is a midpoint of segment of the minimum maximum. This is a midpoint. Now we can click OK, and the compensation grade has been created. So this is how we create a compensation grade. Now companies can have multiple compensation grades for different level of employees. So there is a manager level, there is an individual contributor, there is engineers, associate engineers, senior engineers. So for different levels of employees, companies might create different compensation grades. Compensation eligibility rules. So when I explained comp eligibility, I told you compensation eligibility is not just for compensation, it can be also used for compensation grades as well. So when you create a compensation grade, you will define that. Okay, if the employee is from this specific country, and if the job profile is something like a manager job profile. Now if the employee is getting hired as a manager, you'll be hiring on that manager job profile, right? So you can define that eligibility here. So let's see what is this eligibility that we have here. So here it says job profile is Jack Ma consulting manager. So if the employee is assigned to a job profile that is a consulting manager job profile, you can have this. And there are a variety of criterias that you. So what this means is this is for compensation. This specific source field, it contains all the job profiles, and it is optimized to be used for compensation eligibility rules. So Workday in the backend has a concept. It is designed using object oriented system. So everything is an object, and everything is an instance of object. So in this specific object, there are multiple. This is a repository of all the job profiles in Workday, and this is optimized for using in compensation eligibility rules. If you're using it in some other, let's say you are using you want to pull the job profile in one of the, there are absence rules, there are talent, different modules are there. So in different modules, if you're using, if you want to use job profile for some reason, there will be a job profile, but you'll see talent here. It is optimized for that specific module to be used there. Current transaction itself, it will pull that job profile value. It will not pull it from what we say, so it is basically a repository. It is optimized for compensation, but it will pull the same value either even there for talent as well as compensation. And a lot of these are HCM concepts. So that's why I'm touching on HCM at places. There are a lot of other ways you can determine. There is something called as a management level. So similarly to grade, you can also have management levels. Now you can create different types of management levels, like individual contributor, supervisor. Now there is manager, senior manager, director, senior director, executive vice president. Those are different types of management levels. Now you can have grade profile eligibility created such that if the management level is manager, then he is eligible for this grade. If the management level is executive, then he will be eligible for some of those grades that are executive grades. When I created, we had to manually select. Now we can use compensation package to default it. Now compensation package, if I just open this compensation package, it will have all the compensation plans. So it will have all the comp plans, compensation grades, plans that it want to default. And since it has compensation grades, I thought let me first explain what is a comp grade before we go into comp package. All right. So this is a comp package. Now let's say uh, we have a grade, we have a compensation grade created for grade manager. Now this grade manager is common across 20 or 30 countries. Now I want to have a different, now I cannot have the same range for all the workers, right? For all the managers, they won't be getting paid 70,000 US dollars. If it is in India, it may be maybe 15 lakh is a minimum. It's a different value. It's not 70,000 US dollars. So if you want to create a localization, similar to what we did for allowance plans, we created different profiles, right? Spain, United Kingdom, like that. So similarly, for compensation grade as well, we can have different profiles. That we call it as compensation grade profiles. Now each profile can have a different minimum and maximum values. Now it is not necessary that we create profiles only for different country localizations. You can have it for a multitude of criterias. Like if the employee, if for employees in a specific organization will come under a specific grade, and in that grade profile you can have a grade profile for different levels. So if the employee is a supervisor and he is in this specific location, he will be given this specific this is his minimum and maximum. Let's say for India, in India we have there is a company in India, and they have locations in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai. Now the cost of living in Mumbai is different in cost of living in Hyderabad and Bangalore. So they ideally pay more amount for the managers in Mumbai compared to what they pay in Hyderabad. So even for the same country, you can have different criterias based on the location and the regions the employees are currently working from, and you can have different profiles created that way. The only caveat here is, again, all the profiles that are part of the compensation grade or an allowance plan, it should be mutually exclusive. There should not be two, at any point in time there should not be two grade profiles or two allowance profiles the employee is eligible for.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a compensation component that can be managed in Workday Core Compensation? Option A, base pay. Option B, allowances. Option C, performance incentives. Option D, workplace accommodations. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master core compensation management with Workday? Our comprehensive Workday Core Compensation course is here to help you succeed. You can take it at your own pace on our teachable platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into Workday's powerful compensation tools. From setting up compensation plans to processing pay changes, you'll learn how to efficiently manage employee compensation across your organization. Our course covers everything you need to know from foundational concepts to advanced strategies. It's designed by Workday experts who know the ins and outs of the platform. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience. They'll guide you through each module, ensuring you gain a thorough understanding of Workday's compensation features. Don't just take our word for it. Our students talk about the course's practical approach and real-world examples. Best of all, this opportunity to upskill is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to learners at every level. Ready to become a Workday Core Compensation Pro? Enroll now on our teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
Okay, so what I did, I just took one employee. I created a compensation package. So this is the compensation package. Let me just refresh it. So this is a compensation package that I created, management compensation package. So basically, what compensation package is used for is, we will have a list of compensation grades, compensation plans, and comp basis in the compensation package. So let me show you over here. Let's say there is a requirement in a company where company will define. Now this is let's put it as India compensation package, for example. Now, in every organization, let's say this organization has branches in headquarters in India, in Europe, in US, and Canada. Okay, so they have a list of compensation plans that are valid for India. Let's say there are 5 compensation plans that are valid for India, and there are about okay 8 compensation plans that are valid for India, and then there are 3 compensation grades that are valid for India. We can put these compensation plans and these compensation grades, and if we have compensation basis, custom compensation basis, we can also put that custom compensation basis inside this compensation package. Now what will happen is we will define this compensation package eligibility as employee is from India, then he is eligible for this comp package. Now, what the system does is the system will look into all the compensation plans. Now, this is not just salary plan; it could be any compensation plan. It could be salary plan, allowance plan, period salary plan, calculated plan. It could be any type of compensation plan except for one-time payment plan. So all these compensation plans can be grouped into this comp package. All these grades can be grouped into this compensation package. Now, Workday will check how many compensation plans are eligible for a worker at the time of hire or any kind of transaction. Let's say transfer. If an employee is getting transferred to India, Workday will check how many compensation plans are eligible for the worker. It is going to check which compensation grade is eligible for the worker. So let's say these compensation plans were eligible for this worker, and this compensation grade is eligible for the worker. So Workday will automatically default this. So, we don't have to manually go and select each of these compensation plans and this compensation grade. Workday will automatically determine that, okay, in this compensation package, these are the compensation plan and this is the compensation grade that is valid for this employee. So this employee is eligibility criteria satisfies for this, and it will automatically default on the transaction. So the compensation partner or the HR admin who is initiating the transaction, they don't have to really remember which plan we should assign because Workday will do that job for us. So let us just see how can we do that. All right. So if we go to this compensation package, then I created a very simple comp package. So this is a compensation grade, management compensation grade. And I have created 3 compensation plans. So one is a management salary plan, management travel allowance, and management housing allowance. Now, first, what I'm going to do is, and this is a compensation eligibility rule. I'm just going to edit this compensation eligibility rule a bit so that I'll make this employee ineligible for this comp package.
So when it is ineligible, I'll show you what will happen if it doesn't default, and then I'll show you what if we put the comp eligibility, how it is automatically going to default. So here, this one, let me change it as I'm going to change it as India for now. Indian employees. The employee on whom we are going to initiate a transaction is not an Indian, so this will automatically will not be eligible. Okay. So this is the employee on whom we are going to initiate a transaction. Now this employee already has some compensation, and this is all his old compensation, right? So I'm going to initiate a transaction now. Job change, transfer job. So I'm just going to initiate a transfer a job change. So in job change, there are multiple things, and this is part of HCM. We can do data change, we can do transfer, we can do promotion, lateral, demotion also is possible. So a lot of different transactions is possible via change job. So I'm just going to do a change job details. One manager and start this. If I go to the compensation, now Workday is evaluating, and you see it has removed the compensation package because this compensation package is no longer eligible for the worker. Now you see the old salary plan and all got removed, but you don't see any our compensation plans that I created automatically defaulting. So what we can do is we can just go and add those compensation plans like this. Management travel allowance, so it will automatically come as 5% that we have already added. We have already configured that one. And management housing we added, right? Management travel I added. Okay. So management. Should be somewhere around 500 GBP. Okay. And we also have to add a salary, and I have created a salary plan. So I added management salary plan. Even here, you can just go by the rule. So by compensation rule, what compensation plan is eligible here? It can check and it can automatically add. So management salary plan, and then we can put some, let's say, 20,000. But it will also require. So like even in India, if you look at whatever the salary that we are going to receive annually, that is a salary plan. Now the compensation outside of India is a little different than what we have here in India. Here we have a concept of CTC. So if we give a like 1,20,000, Workday will automatically set what should be this and what should be the travel elements and all. And we'll look into all that. Now, see here, nothing is defaulting. We'll have to go and manually select the package, select the grade. So instead of this, what we can do is we can have a compensation package to default everything. So here now I'm going to edit this compensation package, and this time I'm going to add a rule here. So that is going to make our yes. So compensation plans in Workday. Let me just open compensation. So in Workday we have a module called compensation that we are discussing right now, and and we use compensation plans to drive the employees' compensation, like what the employee is going to get paid for working at this organization. Now, compensation plan in the sense we have different categories of compensation plans. So we have something called a salary plan, we have hourly plan, we have period salary plan, allowance plans, merit plans, bonus plans, commissions, stock, future payment, one-time payment, calculated plans. So these are the different types of compensation plans, and each of these compensation plan has a specific usage. And so salary plan is the base salary of the worker. So whenever a worker is hired, he will be assigned a salary plan. That compensation plan will become the base of the worker. So for example, in USA, there is a software engineer getting hired at a company, and he was at the time of hire, he was said that okay, you are going to receive $110,000 as compensation, and you also have internet elements, and you have a travel allowance. So this is how they design it in Workday. There will be a compensation plan called salary plan, and they will name it as, let's say, ABC is the company name, so ABC salary plan. Okay. And at the time of hire, in that ABC salary plan, we will put $120,000 as his annual salary. Okay, and we will also have two different allowance plans. Now there are multiple types of allowance plans. We have amount based allowance plans. We also have percentage based allowance plans. So based on whichever compensation plan he will be eligible for, that will be assigned to the worker, and that will form the compensation for the worker. So if I go and just show you the compensation currently for this worker, you see this worker has a general salary plan which is 93,824 pounds, okay, UK pounds. So that is his base salary. That forms his base salary. Apart from this, he's assigned a merit plan. Now this is advanced compensation, but we'll discuss in the future. But merit plan is basically the hike every year. The employee is eligible for an increment, right? So how much percentage he's eligible? Like what is the max percentage he's eligible for increment? Like minimum percentage is eligible for increment. So we will define a value, and that is 4%. Now this 4% is overridable, or it can be also be non-overridable. It is for us to decide if we want to give 4%, if you want to give 2%, if you want to give 10% to the worker. The organization can decide it. And there are multiple rules that we can enforce so that this percentage can change or cannot change. Okay. Now there is a bonus. There is an amount-based bonus. So you see there are $200,000, 200,000 pounds. That is a bonus. So every year, the employee will be eligible for a bonus. Now, will he receive 200,000 pounds? That again depends at the time of review cycle. If there is any performance factors involved, like his targets are involved, if we are going to check how his performance and ratings and all, if all those come into picture, so based on that, he might receive less than that, or he might receive more than that, more than 200,000 pounds. So there are different types of, so these are called compensation plans, and they all add up to form a base for the worker. So that's called a total base pay. This is like a general overview. Now what we are discussing is when we initiated a transaction, like a change of details for this worker, Workday is going to evaluate the compensation eligibility. Now I'll talk about that in some time, in a bit. But what I want to show you is how Workday's compensation package concept works. Now, let's say in any organization, or let's take any system, even legacy systems like SAP, they have something called as features. Now, features are for defaulting the data, because if you look at from a end user perspective, whenever somebody initiates any transaction or any, then we have a very big database, and companies are like global companies. So the HR need not, they don't want to sit and think like what should be the right value that to be assigned. Now, second issue is there is a very high chance of data error, because human error. So what organizations want is there should be a defaulting mechanism based on the criteria, eligibility criteria. So if a company has, let's say, 100 different types of compensation plans, one employee might not be eligible for all this. It depends. If the employee is from so and so country, and if he's a manager, he might be eligible for a few different set of compensation plans. If he's just an associate, just joined, a graduate, he might be eligible for a different set of compensation plans. Even the compensation grade profile range, like you see here, the minimum and the maximum. And you were there when we were discussing grade and grade profiles, right? All this has to be assigned when the employee is hired. Now, what organizations want is they want to automate it. So, when we are hiring, all this data should automatically populate, so that it is very intuitive. It is very easy to submit the transaction, and also decrease the number of errors. So that is what I'm going to show. How can we enable that defaulting mechanism? And that we can do it via compensation package. So whatever we put in the compensation package, that will be eligible for defaulting. So if we have let's say these three compensation plans in this, these three compensation plans are eligible for defaulting for a worker. Now, how many of these compensation plans will default is again subject to the eligibility. Now I have put the same eligibility for all these. So the worker on whom I'll be doing this transaction will possibly be eligible for all the compensation plans. There is another compensation plan that is not eligible for that worker, but it is there in this package. It will not default for the worker. It is just for defaulting purpose. This compensation package is only for enforcing that defaulting mechanism. Okay, and this is a feature in Workday. So now what I did, I changed the eligibility rule. We have three compensation plans, and one compensation grade. And in this compensation grade, we have three compensation grade profiles. So you see there is one grade profile for United Kingdom. We have one for USA. Okay, we just have two compensation grade profiles. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to initiate a transaction. Now first you see the grade profile is some United Kingdom management. And now let me just, and the grade is management grade. Now what we hear is a management custom grade. So now this time, when I initiate the transaction like this, let's do a change of details. I'm going to do it as of current date and data change of details. And let's start this transaction. Let's directly go to compensation. Now you will see that Workday has automatically removed the old compensation grade. The compensation package remains the same. It has removed the old compensation grade. It has removed the old compensation grade profile, and it has put the new compensation grade profile. Now, where did this grade and grade profile come from? If we go and look at the compensation package, there is this compensation grade. And inside this compensation grade, if you go and check the compensation grade profile, now we have, we have put something called eligibility is United Kingdom. This employee is from London. If you see his location, you see that this employee is from London. So based on that, it has decided it should not be USA, it should be London. Now what we have defined, 10,000 is the minimum, 100,000 pounds is the minimum, and 180,000 pounds is the maximum that this employee can receive. If you go and see here, you'll see that range over here, 100,000 to 180,000 GBP. Okay. And you also see that these compensation plan like management salary plan got defaulted. You see the allowance plans also got defaulted over here. Now these were already there. I'm just removing it because because of the old eligibility. This is coming here. I did not remove this. Now you see here, you saw here that it is automatically getting defaulted, right? I'm just going to cancel this transaction for now. Discard this. Now I'll just make a very small change to this housing elements. What I'll do, I'll edit this as of 1st of June. I'll just change the criteria here. I'm just going to put United States. We know that employee is not from United States. I'm just going to change countries, United States of America, and remove this one. And now if I go and initiate, you see what will happen. That compensation plan will not automatically come. Now this time you see, just going to remove the old one, but if you go and check the allowance plans, you see only one allowance plan came. Even if I go and check by rule, you will not find that management. See, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So, and we exhausted. So there is that specific compensation plan is no longer there because we change the eligibility. So that's what, each of these compensation plans can have individual eligibility. If I refresh this, you'll see a new eligibility rule here. See, countries, United States. So each of these compensation plans will have their own eligibility criteria. You can also have a package level eligibility. Now, regardless of these compensation plans being eligible for the worker, and initially you remember I changed the plan level eligibility to something else. So none of these plans were getting defaulted. So basically, comp package is a way to combine all this in order to enforce that defaulting for the workers. Now there are some package analytics over here. Now basically what comp package is doing is, when you are looking at the compensation, anyone who is initiating, he should know what is the pay range and all. So we can also enable analytics here. Now this is not set up fully, but what we can do, we can display the total base pay range. So it displays the base pay range over here, and display midpoint, general warnings. If you want to put the compa ratio or hide compa ratio. Now compa ratio is nothing but it's a very simple concept. Let's say the minimum salary is 100,000 and the maximum salary is 400,000. Okay? And the midpoint of this will be, the midpoint is this plus this divided by 2. So 300,000 is the midpoint. Is it? 250,000 is the midpoint. So compa ratio is nothing but The compare ratio is nothing but whatever salary that the employee is getting paid. So this is a range, the minimum and maximum range. Now let's say we are providing employee about $200,000 as a salary, $200,000. Now how compare ratio is getting calculated is this equal to compare ratio is this divided by this. 0.8 is the compare ratio. Now, based on the compare ratio, some companies will decide on where the employee's salary is lying when compared to the other workers. So based on that, they will decide, okay, which employee should be promoted this year. If the employee is getting a promotion, his salary should be at least 80% of the compare ratio. So that means 0.8 percent minimum compare ratio should be there. So you cannot give a salary less than 200,000. So these kind of rules and eligibilities you can create, and we'll see how we can do that as well. All right. Okay. So let me just go back to this. So one-time payment, as we know, it is just a one-time. We'll just pay it one time. So we cannot add it as a part of compensation package because we are not paying him on a regular basis, just one time. So these are the one-time payment plans, different one-time payment plans we can create. So the task to create a one-time payment is create one-time payment, and it also follows the same way the other compensation plans follow. If we have an amount and percentage based compensation, most companies have a amount based plans for one time payment. This is how the one time payment looks like. So we can provide a plan name like management one time payment, and define the category as well. So you can define different categories over here. If it's a referral or if it's a retention, those kind of category information you can put it over here. And recommended minimum I put. And again, here also you can create profiles. So if the employees from a different country, for different countries, you can create different target amounts and currencies like this. So here, what I'm going to do, I'll just make it for United Kingdom because our employees from United Kingdom. So here the target, I'm not going to give any target amount, GDP. I'm just going to put a recommended minimum here. So recommended minimum, I'm just going to put 8,000. Okay. Now there is a different business process for one-time payment. It is called request one-time payment. This is how you look for the business process. Now, what is a business process exactly? Business process is nothing but it will define a flow of a transaction. So any kind of transaction, let's say you are paying a salary to the employee, you are changing his location, or any kind of business level transaction that happens in Workday, you have to define a business process to ensure how the right parties are approving it and the right parties will have visibility to it. Now, the first step of the business process is called as an initiation step. That is like you initiated the transaction. Now, if I go, let me just edit this definition so that we can add more steps. Now, I am covering one-time payment along with the business process so that it will give you an overall idea. Okay. So a business process, like I said, it is a step-by-step process, a step-by-step flow to execute a process. Now, in this steps, you can define who all should be approving this transaction, who all want to review this transaction, and if there are any further steps that you'll have to check. So the first step will always be an initiation step. So whoever can initiate, we can also define which groups can initiate this transaction. And now we can add more steps. And there are different types of steps here. Like action steps are there. So an action means any kind of action that comes in the inbox of the worker. Now, what kind of actions we have? Review one-time payment. So anytime somebody initiates a transaction, we want somebody to review this one-time payment that is given. So who have to review? I'll just put compensation partner or comp administrator should be reviewing this transaction before approving this transaction. After review, if you want any consolidated approval. So let's put an approval step here. Who should be approving this transaction? Let's see who all are there. I'm just going to put manager. The manager should approve this retention. Okay. I'm just going to put 3 steps for now, and let's see what will happen when we initiate the transaction for our worker. So this is our worker's employee ID. So let me open that worker here. Now you remember when I showed you the profile, I showed that there are a lot of actions that we can do it from here itself. So here, if I go to the compensation tab, you can see that there is a task called as request one-time payment. These all are tasks that will trigger a business process. Okay, request grade change or request one-time payment. So let us select one-time payment, and I have to select the effective date. So you want to give a retention bonus as of next month, July 1st, 2022, for Charles Wills. Now you can go to the employee's profile and do it, or you can directly search for request one-time payment. You can just directly look for the task here, and you can provide the worker and the date. It is the same thing. You do it from here, or you do it from the task from the employee's profile. It's the same thing. You click OK, and here it is going to give you a summary, like what is a one-time payment plan. So I'm just going to create that. It says it has to have a value. What if? And you see, it has automatically come as GBP. So it is automatically selecting the profile that we created for this one-time payment plan. Let me open that one-time payment plan. You can directly search for one-time payment plan like this. One-time payment management, one-time payment. I'm just going to open this compensation plan. Okay, so here we have defined on top as USD, but we have provided a profile called United Kingdom. So what Workday is doing, first it is checking if the employee is eligible for this compensation plan, and then it is again going to check, are there any profiles that the worker is eligible for. If there is a profile that the worker is eligible for, it will automatically pick that profile. Okay, so that is how Workday works. And what if we have another profile? What will happen? I'll show you. And I also mentioned that these profiles, if we have multiple profiles, those profiles should be mutually exclusive. What will happen if it is not mutually exclusive? We'll also show you that demo as well. All right, so I'm just going to initiate. So this is where, and now I'm going to give just 5,000. Remember, here we have mentioned recommended minimum as 8,000, but I'm just going to give 5,000. Now it is not going to give any error because it is just a recommended minimum here. Let me just submit, and it might be showing an alert or something. It did not show any alert. It is completed successfully. Or something else. Maybe there is a different. This tenant has a lot of custom definitions. I hope I created the right definition. See, there is a custom definition. So I'm just going to edit this definition once. The definition that we were looking as the incorrect one. Just going to add those approval steps here. So I can show you. So another thing about business processes. Now you see what happened. I made a change to the business process definition that is a default definition for one-time payment. BP request one-time payment. Let me close all unnecessary tabs. It's creating a lot of confusion. See, this is the one that we defined, but you see there are so many one-time payments here. Okay, so in Workday you will have a default definition for all business processes, but if you want to create a custom business process for a specific organization, you can do that. And if you want to do that, you'll have to create a separate custom business process specific to that organization. Now what happened was, I did not know that there is a custom business process for this organization. So this is that custom business process. Request one-time payment for 300 global modern services. This employee of ours is from this organization. So this specific business process will trigger. So I'm just going to add those steps here that we created, one for review and one for approval. So I'm just going to do an action. Okay, nobody is allowed for this action step. Just give me 1 second. So this is a good way for me to explain here. Now you see there is nobody in the security. Okay, I think it's because I did not provide an action. So first I'm going to provide a review action. The step is review one-time payments, and I'm just going to add use going to the compensation admin should review this. And the second step is an approval step. It should be managers manage. Let me just go back to this event. I'll just cancel this event. Now I'm going to initiate a request one-time payment for this worker. Compensation, request one-time payment as of 1st of July. Going ahead, add management one-time payment. Now here I'll just put 5,000 here. And here there are a lot of other details that you can capture, like if you want any supporting information, like here you'll see that recommended minimum is 8,000. Just giving 5,000, that is fine. If you want it to be sent to payroll, if you want this to be sent to payroll, you can do it. Or if you don't select this, it will not be sent to payroll, but it will still show up on the employees employees worker history, like what all payments that were previously made to the worker, it will show them. Now, why do we have this button is, what if we have a separate payroll system, or we are paying this off cycle. So we don't want to really capture it. We just want it in Workday for record purpose, but we have already paid it to the worker. In that scenarios also we can have this, or if you don't want this to be sent, there is no such integration that we have created. We don't want it to send to payroll. We just want it in Workday to show it that, okay, we have paid this employee on so and so date. That is also fine. So what is if we are going to send it to payroll, what is the scheduled payment date? So even if the effective date of the transaction is 1/7, I want this to be sent to payroll as of 15. So even we can do that as well. And here again, even if the effective date is 1/7, what is the visibility date? I want it to be visible to the worker as of 15th of next month. Somewhere 15/7, I want this to be visible for the worker. So the visibility date and scheduled payment date, I'm giving it as the same date. So worker will not be able to see that this compensation has been paid until 15/7. But we as admins will be able to see, okay, as the 1st of 7, this transaction has been sent for payments. I'm just going to submit this. Now you'll see that an approval step will trigger. So it's saying that the next step is for Ethan Kellogg. So that is me to approve this. So I'm going to approve. I can go and I can send it back if I want. So if I click on send back, it is going to send back. If I want to approve it, I can maybe add a comment and approve. Okay, this retention for Levi's is approved, and I can approve this transaction. Once I approve it, the next step is going to for manager approval. So who is the manager's manager? Logan McNeil is the manager's manager. How do I know it? If I go to this employee, Charles Lewis, now this is his manager. On the profile, Steve Morgan is his manager. If I click on Steve Morgan, you'll see that his manager is Logan McNeil. So the approval has now gone to his manager's manager. I go and proxy as Logan McNeil, you'll see that there is a transaction here. So for manager's manager, it is not editable. Anyone who is approving, they will not be able to. For the reviewer, like I got a review step, I can change it, whatever the amount. For approvals, it is just going to show, okay, this is what it is going. It is there being paid for the worker. Do you want to approve it or not? So I'll just go and okay, I'll click on approve. If I go to his job, and here in the worker history, you can track all that is happening, all kind of transaction that is happening, like a hire, if there is any change of name transaction, any kind of transaction. And you can see there are multiple types of transaction that has happened over here, like changing the pay group. So everything can be tracked here. So this is like an overall tracker. If you want to look at his history by category, so all staffing transaction, all compensation transaction, like staffing transaction will come under hire, data change, any change in the organization, like assigned organization, all pay group change, all this will come here. Now what ours was a compensation transaction. So let me come to one-time payments. Now you see the status is in progress. So I go and view details, and you'll see that okay, this was what the employee was given, like a management retention bonus of £5,000. And if I go to the process, you'll see that I initiated it and I only approved it because I have this comp admin as well. Generally it might be somebody else. So if let's say this was the recruiter and this was somebody else, they have approved it. Now this action is awaiting with Logan McNeil, who is the manager's manager. It is awaiting with two people because there are two different managers for that worker, for Levi's. Okay. So you see there are a lot of in progress transaction. Let's see if we have ours as well. James report probably. But we can create reports. So generally, companies, what they do, they will create reports and they will check. And we can also, there is a delay, like, it will automatically send an alert saying that, okay, there is some transaction waiting in your inbox. Go ahead and complete it. So those kind of automations and all are there in Workday. Now, all this will come as a part of HCM. So let me just go and approve the transaction for now. Logan McNeil. So she's the CHRO, and I'm going to proxy on behalf of her and go into her inbox and approve that transaction. So this transaction has been approved. Now, if I go to the employee's profile and check, we'll see that I'm going to stop proxy, go to the employee's profile, and in this worker history, we'll see that one-time payment has been successfully completed for this worker. So we can just go by category and but that didn't have to pay for the worker. So the first one that I paid, I rescinded it. So the transaction is cancelled. Only one-time payment has been paid. So this is the first payment was paid on 1st of 7. Now, let's say we want to create, we want to ensure that whatever the amount that is being paid for this one-time payment is not less than 5,000. It should be more than 5,000. So how can we do that? So here in Workday, we can create validation tools. So if I go to the business process, now there are multiple step conditions, maintain self-help text, and a lot of these conditions that we can maintain. So if I go and create condition rule, so here I'll just maintain proposed amount. Some of these are default given by Workday. If there is the default is not available, then we will have to create calculated fields. So we'll have to create this field, and it all comes as a part of a reporting, which is a separate module altogether. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a rule that says one-time payment amount is less than 5,000. Just a rule that I created. I'm just going to add this rule to this request one-time payment business process. So this is our business process here. So here in the initiation condition, I'm just going to create a validation saying that, okay, please check if the amount should be more than 5,000. Now there are two types of warning. One is critical, one is a warning. If I select warning, Workday will just give an alert saying that, okay, hey, you have selected a value which is less than 5,000. Are you sure you want to go ahead? If I select, okay, that is okay. I know that I have given less amount. We can just go ahead. But if I put a critical warning, you cannot go ahead with the transaction. So I'll show you what will happen now. Now we have already paid 5,000 to the worker. I'm going to pay another 5,000. Now this time I'm going to pay less than 5,000. I'm just going to pay 4,000. So another request one-time payment as of the same day. So manage the payment. Let me pay him 4,000. I think it should transaction. You see there is an error. One-time payment should be more than 5,000. So if I give 4,000 9,999 4,999 9.99, it will still not let us go through. It will give the same error. Now this error message can also be customized. So if I go to this validation here and condition rule validation configure validation message, here I can create a text saying that retention bonus should not be less than 5,000 GBP. So if I again try to submit this transaction, so it is going to say retention bonus should not be less than 5,000 GBP. So this is like a help. This is a way we can configure the initial validation itself, saying that okay, we can check, we can ensure that whoever is initiating the transaction, they are putting the right amount, and this is a way of enforcing the validation or enforcing the data entry itself at the time of entry itself, so that no human error is possible. So if somebody is these kind of rules, and these are the policies, mostly these are all related to the policies in different organizations. So based on that we can create it. So these rules that I showed you, this condition, this is a very simple condition, but it can get very complex. It can check a lot of and if there is no amount, it can check if the employee has been paid in that year, if he's already got one retention. If he has already got one, then again you cannot pay. So let's say, so we did not have this field for whatever the payment that is being passed to that one-time payment in the business process. So if we cannot access this directly, we can create a calculated field. So what is a calculated field mean? Fields. So all the data objects. Now, how if you want to access a particular data, and if it is for a report or if it's for an eligibility or a condition, if you want to access a data and we don't have a direct delivered Workday delivered field for that, we can try to create a field from different fields, like combining or pulling data from different objects, and that is what calculated fields are. So let's say I'm just going to create something like one time payment retention amount. So here I'm going to use the same like this field, like this is a business object. Now this business object, one time payment plan event for employment, what this business object will have is, it will have all the business process details for every employee. So for an employee, whenever there is a one time payment transaction event, so this transaction that I'm doing, this is an event that is being done for Charles Lewis. So this business object will capture all the details like the summary, the payment date, and also if I go here, so let me just edit this one and show you. So this will this like one time payment is there. This is the business object. This is the event, and in that I'm looking for this object called one time payment. Now what is this? This one time payment for the event. What is the one time payment plan for that event? And from that I am returning this value. And here there are other values that I can capture, like the work tag or the actual payment. If there is a percentage or if there is a date, effective date, we can see the effective date or effective moment. When was this initiated? So I'm just going to use this business object here. it's a little complex and I cannot cover this in like one. Now, what kind of function are you looking for? This one that I showed you some time back, this is a lookup related value. So lookup related means, now you see this one small, this one like, this means it is a single instance. In Workday, there are single instance, there are multi-instance, there are Boolean types of objects. Single instance means it will only have one value. So this one-time payment will only have only one compensation or one instance of compensation plan. Okay. If there is a multi-instance, let me see if we have any multi-instance fields here. For multi-instance, you'll see multiple. So since this is a lookup field, you won't be able to see multi-instance, but let me see here, aggregate related instances. So what aggregate related instances will do is it will combine multiple multi-instances and aggregate it into one single instance. So here you see this activity streamable item. There are multiple different, it's a multi-instance. That means there can be multiple values that this will pull. Ad hoc approval recipients. So there, I showed you, right? At the time of event, there were two managers who were getting awaiting action. So this is basically, it will give the list of two managers. From this, you can put a condition here. The manager is a direct manager, only our manager is matrix manager, and then you can aggregate that manager field here. So this is one type of calculated field. There are other types of calculated fields like, if I go to the function, arithmetic calculation. So if you want to calculate the sum of two compensation plans, let's say, okay, or the value in one field and the value in another field, you want to combine both and calculate. Test field. So arithmetic calculation, this is how it comes. So here I'm just going to put salary plan. Let's see if we can put what we have here. So amount, you can look for the operator like amount subtract by, if I can put some value like this 30, or if you want to put some other amount or any anything like proposed amount minus current amount. So what is the proposed? So at the time of transaction, whatever we are proposing is a proposed, and what was his current bonus. So we can do any kind of arithmetic calculations like this. So this all comes under arithmetic calculation, calculated fields. Okay. Now I'll show you what else we have. There are multiple of them. I think there are 14 to 15 different types of functions that you can do. Build date. So build date is basically if you want to build a date based on certain criteria. So let's say 30 days from now, if you want to create any alert or anything that is going to check a date, and if you want to build date on top of the current effective date, so current effective date plus 30 days, what will be date if that effective date of the transaction is less than this? So these kind of conditions that you can create. Concatenate text. So if you want to concatenate text from two different fields and show it on the report. Convert currency. If you want to convert currency for any, like if you want to convert it to GBP and check what is the real current value of it, and if it is more than that or less than that. Convert text to number. Count related instances. So this is like how many times a specific type of event has happened, or how many times this employee has or how many dependents this employee has. And if I'm going into benefits or dependent HCM, if I want to for a specific benefit, that employee benefit plan the employee should be eligible for, he should have less than 2 children. So I can go and query his dependent business object and count related instances. So if he has like 3 children, it will give the answer as 3 as the value. Date constant. If you want to put a constant date like 31st December 2022. So if you want that date to be used in any condition rule or any eligibility, you can have that. date difference is basically if you want to calculate the difference between two dates. So the employee hire date and the current date, how many days has passed. So this can be used for creating certain reporting or alerts and all. So we know that certain new hires will be on probation for these many days, and after these many days, if the manager doesn't change it, it is going to check, okay, how many days how many days has elapsed between hire date and the current date. If it is more than based on that calculation, it will check, okay, how many days were the difference, and based on how many days we are getting, manager will get a notification saying that, okay, this employee has already completed his probation. Why did you not take an action on promoting him to a full-time employee, or are you not promoting? So it's just like a notification that we create. So for that, evaluate expression for this is basically used, like we have to evaluate. We can give multiple conditions, and it's like a if else statement in what we say in if you look in terms of programming. If this is true, then this, else this should be executed, else this specific condition should be executed. So for that, we'll use evaluate expression. Extract multi.
Understood. Yeah.
Now, what I'm going to do in the business process, I'm going to make a small few more changes in the business process, just to give an understanding of the business process. Now, what I want to do is, if the employee is like an executive, there should be an additional approval that should be triggered. So, what I'm going to add, I'm going to add an additional approval. So here, I want to add an additional approval that says approval from compensation director. Let's see if there is somebody like com director. Let me just okay, security groups. I was planning on touching this later time, but okay, let's dive into security. So security groups are nothing but so everything in Workday is secured via security. The entire access management is done using security. So for every functional group, functional module, functional area, let me. There is a report called as functional areas. So these are the different functional areas. You can call it as modules, and sub modules are also there. So there are HCM is a module, and then there are again sub modules for each of these. So for each functional area, it covers a lot of domains. In each of these domain will have a lot of tasks. Okay. So let me go to the compensation functional area. This is where we enable or disable. So let's say the worker is not using advanced comp. This will be no. That means he's not using it. If you want to enable it, you can enable it, but Workday will charge additional price for having this module enabled. Okay. Now, if I go to the core compensation functional area, now these are the different domains that we have, like add salary plans, add compensation plans. These are different audit, compensation overall, compensation change, and change allowances. So let me just go and click on add allowances domain. Okay, I'm just going to open this add allowance domain. Okay, now this functional area, and this is the super domain, this is a functional area, and this domain will again have a count of secured items. So for each of this, what all instances and reports are available. So there are these many tasks, are there this is a different templates, or these are different business process that is secured in this. And if I go, should actually come go back. Now let's see for this add elements, what are the security permissions. So I'm just going to view security policy for now. We can also edit it. So if I go to the security policies, you will see that these are the securable actions that we have. So add row for proposed task list. So every single action that you can take in Workday, it is secured in this. So everything will be defined here, and who can do it. So these are different security groups who have permission to view and modify. If they only have view permission, they can only check it. They cannot modify it. So these are the different security groups who have view and modify access. Now, what are the different types of security groups? Now, there are multiple types of security. The one that you should be knowing is there are two types. One is a user-based security group, and one is role-based security group. So if I go and show you security groups, you'll see that there are two types of security groups. One is these are different types of security groups. Okay, and each of these groups have a different functionality. And let's not dive deep into that because it is not required. But for you to understand, there are two types of security groups that you have to understand. One is user based and one is role based. Okay, so user based security means tenant wide. So let's say I am a comp admin. If somebody has assigned me a comp admin, let's filter on user based. You'll see all admin securities over here, like admins here. So user-based security will give you unconstrained access across the tenant. So you can, if I am a comp admin, I can go and check the employee, the compensation, create compensation, and do compensation configuration for everyone or for the entire global countries in this tenant. I will not have any kind of restrictions. But if I have a role-based security, role-based security will be a constrained access. So only if this role is assigned on an organization, only then only those employees in that organization will have that access. So if I go to our employee here, it is mobiles. What I changed this. So for every module, let's say there is a compensation module, there is a comp admin. Security module will have security admin. For talent, they will have talent admin, and other roles like manager, recruiter. All these will be already defined. And if you want to create a new one, you can create. Now, for every supervisory organization, on top of this, you see security groups. So these are all role-based security. Okay, so if I let this open first. See, so these are the different security groups, and you see the names are gibberish because this is a that kind of a test tenant. So somebody will create it, but you see HR director and some employee. Nobody is assigned HR director. So let's say I am hiring a worker. Now, when I create a security group, if I create a role-based security, I'll just create a role-based security group. I have to create a security group. Yes. Just to make you understand how this happens. Okay, so if I select a role-based security, role-based security group, and name of this is let's say GMS manager. Okay, now it will ask for the assignable role. The manager is the assignable role. Okay, and where it applies to the current organization only, or it has access to organization and unassigned subordinates or all subordinates. So if an organization will have multiple subordinates, right? So if they have access, so that will happen, that will control the inheritance. So in the subordinate organization, if nobody is explicitly assigned as a manager, this manager will automatically become the manager for that organization. So I'm just going to select applies to current organization and click OK. So there is a GMS manager created here. Now, if I go and look for assignable roles here, you'll be able to assign a GMS manager over there. So let me see if I can find it. Another example is like, so now I have selected manager, right? Manager as assignable role. I click on this role. So this is for which security groups they have this. So whenever I hire a manager in this organization, I hire a manager. His job profile, his position will be manager. As soon as I hire it, he will automatically get assigned to a manager role here. These are very, and it has so many securities. It's taking some time. Let me open manager. So you see, this is the role that I used when I created that security group, GMS manager. I used this manager role. So whenever you hire a manager in this organization, that manager can be assigned to this role, and they will automatically get all the access that this manager is assigned. So ADM Meta Manager Security Group, wherever in this domain. So wherever in this domain, where did I show you the permissions? Okay, here. So wherever, if I go and edit it, and I can add it like this. So I can edit and I can go and add that manager ADM something was there, right? ADM Meta Manager, and I can provide, it should be a view access or a edit access, modify access. If I unselect it, all these will be removed from the modify access. If I can select it, it will be added back. So this way we can control. Now like that, for every module, so this is like a one type of security. There is aggregation security, there is integration security, and each of these securities have their own uses. So basically, like for example, integration security is basically a combination of two different security groups. Now Workday will check one worker should have both these security groups assigned in order to get those permissions. So I should, for example, let's say HR admin, okay, HR administrator for location. So what I can define is this employee should have a security group called HR admin, and he should also have the security group called HR admin location. So there should be two security groups that should be assigned. Only then he can view the compensation or view the details for employees in that specific location of that specific company. Security groups to include, I want one HR admin, and it should be HR admin and HR admin location. HR admin location. I'm not sure if it has something like that, but let's say I'm just going to add HR, one more HR admin partner, let's suppose. Okay. So this HR admin will be assigned on top of organization, that is a supervisory organization, and HR admin partner will be assigned on top of the cost center. Let's assume. Okay. So for this employee, if I go and look at the organizations he has assigned in the job, look at organizations. So here he has a company, he has assigned a cost center, he's assigned a location hierarchy. So these are all organization types. So what I want is the HR admin. There are two HR admin security groups. So the any employee, he should have HR admin. He should be an HR admin on operations division, which is his supervisory organization, and he should also be an HR admin on his company, Global Modern Services. Only then he will be having access to the details, whatever specific details that we want to give access to. So we can create an integration security like this. So security groups to include. If the employee over in question has these two security groups, only then he will be giving access. We can also exclude access. So if you want to exclude him, we can do that. So this is a case where compensation, let's say comp admins, like, let's say I'm a comp admin, and there is also another comp admin. There can be more than one comp admin. So whoever has comp admin should not be able to view each other's compensation, but they can view everyone else's compensation. For that, you can also do that. So I'll put this comp admin here, and I'll exclude it from a specific organization. So what we have to do is we have to create one organization like this. So this employee is are all comp admins. So I am having all compensation admins are part of this one organization. So I'll create an intersection security, put comp admin here, and I'll exclude this organization from that. So that comp admin can see entire companies, entire organization's compensation except for this one company because it is excluded here. That is how we can include or exclude using intersection security. Likewise, we have a multiple types of security for different purposes, and Workday is integrated that way. All modules touch upon each other for different purposes. So user-based security are assigned to an individual. You don't create a role or anything. You will directly assign it to a person, because since it's a tenant-wide kind of a thing, you don't have to create a role and then only whoever has that role will have admin access and all. So you see here members. So these are there are 176 members who have this security group assigned. So we assign on an individual group. And if I want to add somebody, I can go and edit and add that person. So I can go and add whoever member I want to add. So partner can initiate compensation change for the worker. He can change the compensation, but he cannot create compensation plans. He can change the compensation. He can view the compensation. He can request one-time payment, request compensation change. Those kind of tasks he can do. He can run the reports. Okay, so these kind of activities they can do. So comp admins are basically in every company for a specific region there will be a comp admin assigned, and they will be responsible for all the compensation work for those set of employees. So for typically like 5,000 or 6,000 employees, they will be assigned for one specific region based on how big the company is, and they will be doing all the tasks in Workday, whatever they have to do, like changing the compensation or analyzing any kind of activities. So that will be comp admin, a comp partner. Sorry, comp admin. What they will do is that is comp partner. Comp admin's work is create if they want if the business says that okay, I want to create a new compensation plan, or I want to create a rule like this. Just showed you this. It was giving this error, right? I want to create a validation rule, or I want to edit the compensation business processes. So those kind of things will be handled by the comp admin. Now, should the comp admin and in the business process as well, who has in the approval step, should this approval go to a specific security group or not? How can we do that? Let's check that out. So let me go to one-time payment. I'll use this business process only. I go to this business process. Even in the related actions of this business process, you can see the security policies. So even who can initiate this business process, everything can be controlled. So go to the business process, here business process policy, view. So here, who can initiate this business process? And these are the only people who can initiate. So implementers will be like, these implementers will be who are implementing the tenant. And since this is an implementation tenant, they have implementers, or else this won't be there. HR admin, GMS, HR admin. These are all like custom security groups that was created, like XO comp partner. So these are the people who can initiate this transaction. Now, who can approve the transaction? So there are multiple. There's a web service as well. Who can initiate a web service using an EIB, and who can review the transaction? So these are the people who can review it. So I put a review step. You remember? So these are the people who can review that. So there are oh my God, so many who all can view the transaction. So you asked, right? How can a recruiter go and check who has approved or who has not approved? So if I put recruiter over here, she can go and view the transaction. What is the current status of the transaction? Okay, this is in progress or not. So this is a view transaction. And we also have something like who can approve the transaction. There is something called view completed only. Approve, who can approve actions, ad hoc approve, who can cancel the business process. Okay, who can rescind the business process, who can correct the business process. So compensation, add compensation plans. Check there is that setup compensation. So if we cannot see it here, we can directly search like this. View security for securable item. Specify this, and Workday will give a report wherever you see stock. So you will see. Okay, so it is part of advanced compensation. Put stock, update stock, put stock. So let me go to maybe advanced compensation functional area. So here add stock plans is there. No? So here I can go and look at the domain, edit domain security policies. So what I'll do here from this list now, I'm just going to remove all this. Now in this, wherever I see manager, and just remove all the managers from here. See, I can. So what I'll do, I'll remove all the managers, and I'll only give access. So just imagine that I have removed all the managers. Now you want managers should not have access, but manager should have, right? So there is a security called managers manager. So this is basically manager skip level manager. So they will have both view and modify. And for manager, only view access and viewing. So manager can view, and managers manager can view and modify. And I can click OK, and this will update the security policies. Now, if this is only doing this is not enough. I have to activate the security. So it's like a extra layer of protection. Activate all pending security policy change. So this is a change in the security policy, right? Added stock. So there is an audit that happens, and generally companies will tightly check because it's a very big change. So you have to activate pending security policies, and only few people will have access to, and it will show what all things change. So now this is what I changed. I updated. Now what will happen? Only managers will not be able to request stock grant or anything, but they will have access to see it. But manager can go and request stock grant. So this is how you do those kind of security policy updates on that. All right. So let me quickly show you this one more thing. So if let's say if it's an executive level group, so the person on whom we are giving request one-time payment, he is a executive level guy. So if it's an executive level, I want approval to be given to you. I just put GL, this HR partner, executive partner, somebody with executive. HR executive. Executive HR should approve this transaction. If this this page, it's been open for a long time. So even pages get timeout in Workday if it is kept open for a long time. Executive. Now we'll have to put a step condition rule so that only if it's an executive, it should go and go into that specific step. So how we'll do that is I'll create a step condition like this. Go to this business process, create condition rule, and here I will go to the center and check if they are maintaining management levels. So they have management levels. So we need to make management level. This vice president, vice president. for all executive it's going to select like this. So I'll put a step condition over here like this. Maintain step conditions. And here I will put this condition. So only when it's an executive level on whom we are initiating the transaction, only then this step should get triggered. Now our employee, he is an executive level. He's a vice president. And I'll select one more employee who's not an executive to see if we have him. So members, vice president, executive assistant, executive assistant, executive assistant. She's a junior contributor to this as well. Now you see, if I initiate a transaction for him, compensation request one-time payment as of 1st of July. I'll just add one-time payment here. In the interest of time, I'm going to make a one more modification so that it will skip approvals for executive. That will also help you understand the business process a little more better. Simply on. So what I'll do here so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this such that if it's an executive level, it should directly go to this step. It should not go to comp admin or managers manager. It should directly go for HR executive for approval. But if it is not an executive level employee, then it should trigger for these. So I'm going to copy this and I'll just create a condition rule in a negation. So what I will do is I will create not executive, not executive, and I'll put our condition rule here that we created. Executive level is not equal to yes. So equal to no. So what this basically is, executive level equal to no. If it is, if this is true, only then those steps will trigger, or else it will not trigger. So these steps will not trigger for any executive. So maintain step conditions. I'll just add it for this step as well. Maintain step conditions. Here I'm going to maintain that not executive. Not executive. Okay. So now see, this is a business process. We initiate a one-time payment. This validation is going to check if the one-time payment is less than is more than 5,000 or not. Only then it will allow you to go ahead. And these two steps will only be triggered for people who are not executives. If the person on whom we are initiating the transaction is an executive, these two steps will be skipped and it will go directly to this step. So if I do a transaction on our employee, I'm just going to discard it now and initiate it again. So if I go and initiate this for our employee request one-time payment, Select state. I'll just add one-time payment here. 5,000. Now if I submit, see what will happen. See. So we can test the validation rules for this if you want. Not executive. I use the wrong external field. That is created. But computer the you can just initiate the transaction once again. I will just cancel the transaction. Initiate it. Now let me initiate a one-time payment. Because my payment. Okay, you understood. You understood how it happens, right? Based on those conditions. So based on the conditions, and this is how basically every business process works. So now I'll just show you the business process because I don't want to take you through all this because this is all again theoretical and might not be, because since you just want to understand the functionality, we have two more business processes for compensation. One is request comp change. So this is basically same like one-time payment. In one-time payment, we are just changing the one-time payment. We are adding one-time payment, right? This is where we are requesting a change in the compensation. Now, this is where compensation partners will initiate changes. So if I go to this worker's profile, go to the compensation and do a request compensation change. So it will begin as a date. I'm just going to give something like this. And here you'll see all the compensation that is currently assigned to the worker. So these are the different compensation plans that are currently assigned to the worker. I can change. For example, I want to change the salary. I'm going to do an amount change. I want to increase the amount by 10,000. I can do that, and I can submit the transaction. Or if I want to increase it on a percentage basis, like 20%, I have to increase. I can do a 20% increase. So it will show what was the current and what was before and what was now. So it is now 112,000. It was 93,824. And I can submit the transaction. The reason is required. So I can just select a reason from this. And the business process that we have created for approved transaction. So that business process will follow basically. Okay. And similarly, there is another business process called BP, propose compensation hire. Now, this business process is a sub-process of higher business process. So propose compensation hire is a part of higher business process. There is another business process called as hire. So we can have it this way as well. In one business process, there can be a sub-business process. So when that business process gets triggered, whatever is part of that business process will first complete and then come back to the main business process. So it's like a nested kind of a thing. You can also create that. So I'm just show you BP hire. So let me just it's a default. Let me see if it has a. So here it is not there, but we can edit and add it. You will have different types of roles. Okay, in every organization, will have roles like manager. Manager is there. One finance role will be there. One compensation role will be there. One HR role will be there. So there are different types of roles in every organization. Now it depends organization to organization what these roles will be called. Now there is one more thing is admin. Admins are responsible for configuring or providing technical support, basically providing technical support. So anything new you want to create, all that admin will do. So he has super access and he can create, delete, modify and all. But these roles, compensation partner roles, anything that is says partner, these are role based. They will have view access. They can run reports. They will have access to certain reports. They can view, maybe they can request some task access, like compensation changes. It can do like request one time payment is required for running the operation, because their main job is not handling Workday. They use Workday to check whatever. Okay, this is okay. This employee has a compensation. They will have a lot of back-end discussions that is happening. Okay, which employee we should give one-time payment. A lot of other tasks will be there. Workday is just a small part of what they do. It is just the HR system where the data is maintained. If they want to check, they'll come and check there. But their job is not in Workday. So all these role based. Even you see the manager's job is not in Workday. He is doing managing his own projects. In Workday, he knows which employee is there under him and for which employees, and he will have certain access, like he can approve absences, he can approve leaves, he can also initiate a transfer for workers. If you want to transfer him to a different project or different location, he can initiate transfer. So those kind of access will be there. So how do we give this access? Now each of these there are functional areas like I showed you, functional areas. In functional areas, we'll have HCM, compensation. So it's again not modules, okay? So different. Let's say in HCM is there's a separate functional area for worklets, but it is again part of HCM only. It is categorized as separate functional area. So it's like a logical grouping. Core compensation is a logical grouping. All the tasks and these functional areas will again have domains. One domain will be securing a multiple task. One main domain will have multiple small tasks or actions that it secures, certain reports and all. Now for each of these small reports, who has view and who has modify access. These are the two things maintained. Like that, for each and every single small thing in Workday, who has access, who doesn't have access, is defined using the security. So main two types of security is user-based and role-based security. All other security is works similarly to this security. All will be using the security to create a new security. Segmented security is there. Segmented means what we'll do, you will give access to certain segments only. So let's say compensation partner should have access to just modify the stock plan. Only for that one compensation plan he can modify, but other compensation plans he cannot modify. So you will create a segmented, you can directly go and apply it there, but you can also create a segmented security and just give access to certain segments. So this is the types of security groups. Aggregation, I just explain you. Compensation level based security. So let's say we can create compensation levels, and this is the we can directly view security groups. And I'll show you the configuration itself rather than like creating. Here you can go and look for Workday security groups, and here compensation level security groups. So let me just open this one. So this is again under this again it's like applies to all levels, and critical administration defined like aggregate for if an employee if somebody has this aggregation security, they will get this specific security group. So we can provide different levels like generally like even in management levels you can provide here, and based on that they can get this specific access. So we can directly use this security to define in the domain security policies. So you can access, you can not access. So if an employee is a specific level of compensation, he will automatically get this security. It's like a membership kind of a security thing. And let me see what else we have. Integration is for all integration systems, right? So let's say you are creating a third party integration, so you will have to create an account for that specific third party integration. And I am not very familiar with integration, but this is how what I know I'm telling. So for integration system, for every integration that you create, you'll have to create an account, and you have to give that access to the specific component. Only then that integration system will able to pull data. So that is again all integration system securities. Yeah, so there is 3 job based security. So based on the jobs that is assigned to the worker, it will automatically get assigned. Location membership. Basically, any employee is part of a specific location, he should be having this location membership security. And now whatever details that specific employee should be having access to in tenant for that specific location, he will have access. So these are different types of security. There are a lot of different types of securities. But the main type of security is role-based and user-based, and everything else is like a subset. Use similar kind of security. But those are the two primary types of security that you should be doing. Example, if I go and so now I can, if I do create security group.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary benefit of using compensation grades in Workday? Option A, to standardize job titles across the organization. Option B, to align jobs with market pay rates. Option C, to track employee certifications. Option D, to manage union contracts. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to master core compensation management with Workday? Our comprehensive Workday Core Compensation course is here to help you succeed. You can take it at your own pace on our teachable platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into Workday's powerful compensation tools. From setting up compensation plans to processing pay changes, you'll learn how to efficiently manage employee compensation across your organization. Our course covers everything you need to know, from foundational concepts to advanced strategies. It's designed by Workday experts who know the ins and outs of the platform. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience. They'll guide you through each module, ensuring you gain a thorough understanding of Workday's compensation features. Don't just take our word for it. Our students talk about the course's practical approach and real-world examples. Best of all, this opportunity to upskill is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to learners at every level. Ready to become a Workday Core Compensation Pro? Enroll now on our teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.
So in most projects, you'll see there are many compensation bases as maintained, and that's because now what exactly compensation basis does is it will calculate. Now, like we discussed, the delivered one, which is the total base pay. The total base pay is nothing but it is the total of all the base pay, all the compensation plans that use base pay as a comp element. Now, suppose you have a 10 compensation plans, and it's not necessary that all these 10 compensation plans will be using base pay as a comp element. You want to use their own compensation element, but you want the total compensation basis to include whatever the amount is getting assigned for each of these compensation component. So what we do in that case? In that case, we will use a custom compensation basis. We call it as a configurable compensation basis. Now, there are multiple types of compensation basis that we can create, like adjustable comp basis, guaranteed comp basis, variable, fixed. And in my 6 years of consulting, I have never seen a single project using adjustable, guaranteed, variable, and fixed. So most projects only use configurable, and these are very peculiar scenarios. But still, it is not required because we can use configurable comp basis to work for those requirements as well. So this is how we can create a custom compensation basis. You can just go to add compensation basis, and here you'll see what all compensation plans should be part of that compensation basis. So if I just open sheets, I just to explain here. So suppose we have like decision plan. And let's suppose we have 7 compensation plans, and these are not all base pay compensation plans. One of it is salary plan, and there are like multiple elements, one period salary. Let's suppose it's a mix of compensation plans. Now you want to calculate the total compensation for that employee such that it is the sum of all these compensation plans. So let's suppose it is 1,000 here. Each of these compensation plan has 100 assigned. The total compensation should be calculated as 700 for all the compensation plans. Now, if we use total base pay, only the compensation plans that are using base pay as a comp element will be used. So if there is only 2 salary plans or 2 compensation plans that use salary, only 200 will come. So in this case, we use configurable compensation here. So let me just create something like meta compensation basis. Now, which compensation plan you want to add? Do you want to add all the salary plans, or you only want to add a salary plan which is using base pay as a comp element, or you want to select the list of salary plans from this? So you can actually select 1 or 2 compensation plan that you want to add. Let me see if we created something. So we have meta salary plan, meta hourly plan. You can add it as a part of the comp basis.
do you have any period salary plans that you want to add? If you have any period salary plans, you can add those period salary plans here, and that will also be included in the calculation. And similarly, we have one for bonus plans, for calculated plans, one for retirement savings. So these are like multiple. These are the multiple compensation plan types that you can include as a part of the comp basis. Now, then, where are these used? Why do most projects use this? Let's suppose there is a scenario where you want to calculate a percentage. There is a compensation plan, okay, and it takes a percentage, 10% uh, of compensation A plus compensation B. Okay, now let's assume this compensation A and compensation B are two separate compensation plans. What we do is, in this case, we will create a compensation basis, and that will include only this compensation plan, this compensation A and compensation B. So if compensation A is 10,000 and compensation B is 10,000, and this compensation plan is 10% of the combination of these two. So that is equal to 2,000. So this is going to be 20,000, and 10% of 20,000 is 2,000. If you want to create something like this in the compensation for the worker, this is how you create it. So you can add those specific compensation plans in this. So if it's like two specific element spend, you can add those two specific element spends, and that will become a total comp basis, and then you can include it as a part of employees basis. Now, I'm not going to create anything here. I'm just going to use one of these that is already existing for the worker, and I assume most of the workers already has one primary comp basis. So let me just go to Jack Taylor that we were looking at. I think he has one comp basis. Let me just check. Okay, he just has total base pay, total compensation. See, so this is a primary, this is a custom compensation basis. If I go and check that screen over there, here you'll find, let me check if we have total compensation basis, total compensation here. See, so there is a compensation basis called total compensation basis, and all employees who are non-commissioned. Let's check what is included as a part of this. So you can see that it is including all salary plans, all bonus plans. It just included all salary, all bonus, all stock plans, and all commission plans. What if I just remove all salary plans from here and click OK? And now let's look at the jacks. So now it is 246,535. If I refresh it, you'll see there is a decrease in the amount. Let's just check that out. So it became 70,000 because this amount got removed. So that is how we can create a custom comp basis to create custom reporting for our compensation. So at the time of any kind of transaction like promotions and all, if they want to look at a total amount or specific, which will be a combination of specific compensation plans, they can use they can use a custom comp basis to make it as a primary comp basis, and then they can do reporting on this. Any questions here? It's a very simple concept. It's fairly important.
How do this percentage, what you said, no, the 10% plus 10%.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll let me just show you that. So let me just edit this compensation plan itself. So let me see what I can do.
The bonus can pay for minimum guaranteed 30%. So we want to show that.
Oh, that we have. I'm about to start bonus plan, and we have that capability in bonus plan itself. We have something called as a statutory. So we can discuss. We don't need compensation basis to mandate something like that. We don't need that. We have that capability in bonus itself. But do you want me to continue with showing this?
So I'll percentage one. How do you?
Yeah, sure. I'll show you. So let me take. Let's create some scenario like this. I'm going to look for two compensation to amount based plans here. So let me look for two allowance plans and we'll roll it out to the employee.
So I'm just going to okay. So we'll take this allowance plan. There is an allowance plan. We created our own allowance plan. That is okay. Let me use this one, and I'll create one more. So this one is countries America, and Jack Taylor is from America. Okay, that works. So I'm going to create 1900. This is going to be an amount-based plan, and meta demo elements in the United States. Elements. Okay. Here I'm just going to put 20,000 just like that. USD and monthly. And this one I'm just going to edit this one and change it. Here I put 20,000. I'll put another. Oh, there's no fit. Wait a second. No, I cannot change that. Okay, never mind. We can just use one of these plan. Now, in this compensation basis, what I'm going to do is I'm going and just for allowance plan, I'm just going to use this allowance plan, meta demo allowance. Okay. So this is the only allowance plan right now, and I'll just click OK. Now the compensation will become 0 for this employee. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll roll out this compensation plan to the worker. And I also create one percentage based allowance plan. So here I'll create a percentage demo. Okay. Country is United States. Now, if you remember this compensation plan, meta allowance, here we used, this is an amount based, but for the other compensation plan, the percentage based compensation plan, what we used here was a total base pay. Okay. Now this time I'm just going to use our custom compensation, total compensation, which is a custom comp basis allowance, and the percentage is going to be 10%. Just put 10% as the frequency will be monthly, right? I'm not configuring anything else. Meta demo percentage demo. So we have two compensation plans created. One is meta percentage and one is meta allowance. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to roll out compensation for Jack Taylor. Now, this is a way we can instantly assign compensation for any worker. So roll out compensation. This is a task. So let me I am doing it as of today. The reason, I'll just select some random reason. And the compensation plans, let's select the comp plans. So I created a meta demo allowance and a meta percentage demo. So if I'll just open these compensation once again, this is a amount based compensation plan, 20,000. And I have added this as a part of that other compensation basis, the total compensation basis that I just showed you. I've added a part of that comp basis. So only that one compensation plan is included in that comp basis. Total compensation. So there is only one compensation plan as a part of comp basis. So this comp basis value is going to be 20,000. Okay. If I start rolling this out to our employee Jack Taylor. So there are two ways to roll out compensation. So you can roll out to a specific employee. So you can select a specific set of employees. In this case, Workday will not check the compensation eligibility at the time of assignment. If you, whatever you put here in the compensation plans, Workday will automatically assign it for all the employees here. But if there are profiles in the compensation plan, for that Workday will check which profile is the right match, and only that profile will be assigned, or else a default value will assign for the worker. And if I'm using an eligibility here, so let's say country is United States. So I'm just using a blanket eligibility. How many of our employees are from United States? This compensation plan will go and get assigned to them. So that is by compensation eligibility rule. So it's important, like you have to be very careful when you're using this, because the eligibility rule should not be like a blanket. It should be very specific. Only then you use it, or else you have to select by employees. So that's the only difference between these two options. So this rollout compensation plan, this is not I mean, it's not used by everyone. Only specific security groups will have access, like compensation partners or specific comp admins. They will have access to this. So and this is typically used at the time of merit and merit cycles and bonus cycles. So what they do is before merit, they will assign merit to a group of workers. So let's say there are these organizations, right? So let's say there is a company. Let's assume Meta is a company. This company has multiple business units. Okay, like let's say artificial intelligence is one. Facebook, uh, Facebook is one, and they have multiple. Instagram is one. So let's assume these all are these different business units, and they want to start a merit cycle only for Facebook group. Okay, they just want to start a merit cycle or a bonus cycle. What these companies do is they will roll it out for all the employees who are part of this business group. So that is how they assign it using eligibility rule. It's for blanket assignment. Everyone who is part of that organization should have. So there is a task view rollout compensation process. So we use something called as meta something, right? So this is what we used. So here you'll see how many employees are receiving this compensation plan and how many employees are not receiving this compensation plan. So if we are using right now, I just selected one employee. I directly selected the employee. So if I use United States, but if I do a blanket, what will happen? The system will take forever. I mean, it will there might be a lot of like thousands of employees. They will all get assigned this, and you will see how many of them got completed. So after the completion, you'll see how many employee got assigned and how many employees did not get assigned. Now there are multiple caveats when and why it will assign and it will not assign. So one of the important things is, whenever you are rolling out a compensation plan, this employee should not have any in-flight transactions, especially the transactions that will affect the compensation of the worker. And one of those transactions is, let's say there is a request compensation change initiated. So if I go to the employee profile here, and let's see if that plan was assigned. We just assigned it, right? So we'll also check that. So I have assigned those two compensation plans here, Meta Percentage Demo and Meta Demo Elements. And 20,000 as monthly. I put it as monthly, so you'll see 20,000 into 12. 12 to the 24,000 is the total compensation. And this Meta Demo is 10 percentage of this 240,000. So what I'll do, I'll just go to this Meta Percentage Demo, and I'll come back to that rollout plan. Okay.
Okay, no
So
problem.
here I used, how do we verify if the right amount was assigned, right? It is calculating correctly or not. So what I'll do, now just look at this compensation here. Okay, the total base pay is 202, 112, and 10 percentage of 240,000 is 24,000, right? So now how is it calculating 10% of that? If I go to this plan here, I am maintaining the compensation basis. So the basis for calculating this percentage is total compensation, and the value in the total compensation is 240,000. From where this 240,000 is coming, I maintained this compensation basis only has this one compensation plan, 20,000 as monthly, 20,000 into 12. Of this, 24,000 should get added to this total base pay. So that way we can validate if we have done the correct configuration. So I'm just going to change this to base pay. So whatever is base pay should automatically be part of total base pay. That's a default Workday compensation basis. So as soon as I add this like that, and if I just refresh this, you'll see the base pay will have an additional 24. See, it has changed. So it was earlier 202, now 24,000 got added, so it became 226. So that is how this specific, we can manage this specific requirement. Whenever we are rolling out compensation plans in the worker history, now in this worker history, you don't see there are any in progress transaction that is going to affect compensation. So there is no there is an HR performance review, but this does not affect the compensation of the employee. So until and unless there is any business process that is affecting the compensation, the rollout will be successful. If there is any transaction that is affecting the compensation, the rollout will fail. So that employee will be excluded at the time of rollout. So you will see that employees who are not receiving compensation. So this is basically going to filter all the employees who are satisfying this criteria. If I put it in an eligibility role, or if we have multiple employees here, like 30, 40 employees, let's assume, it is going to take a look at all these employees' worker history and look for any in-flight transactions. And if there is any transaction that the employee should that is going to affect the compensation, it will highlight it over here. So it will only give us a report of all the workers like this who got assigned the compensation during the rollout. Similarly, you can also remove employees. So if I want to remove these two compensation plans, I have accidentally assigned a wrong compensation plan for these workers. There is a task similar to this that is called remove compensation plan. So let me just show you that as a remove compensation plans from employees. So here also I'll just put meta demo. This is like a text field just for, later you can filter by that field when you're checking. So here I'm just going to put any random reason here. Meta. So there are two meta demo elements and meta percentage demo. I'm just going to use Jack Taylor, same Jack Taylor here, and I'm going to click OK. Now this is just going to show it is completed, but we can again check, remove. There is a view completion plan and process. So here I'm just going to search for meta. So here we have, and it is again going to show how many employees got removed from this compensation plan. So I put one employee, that employee got removed here. So this is how you can, and if I go back to Jack Taylor's compensation now, you'll see that his total compensation is 0 because we don't have the compensation that is, we don't have the meta plans over here. So that's why this compensation is defaulting back to 0. So this is about compensation basis. I mean, the things that you should be knowing to understand the next advanced compensation concepts. So any doubts until now, we'll start advanced compensation. We'll start with the merit and bonus plans today. And next session, I'll start with some of the process and all. So so these are like adjustable comp basis we create. So if there's, so this is for scenarios where we have multiple plans in the compensation basis, and if there is if you want to adjust is based on if we provide a guaranteed compensation basis, what we'll do is whatever the amount, whatever the compensation plans we have inside this, the amount will be guaranteed, and from the adjustable comp basis it will start deducting the value. So whatever the guaranteed comp basis will have the right amount. And honestly, Karthik, I have never used it, so I did not bother to explore these concepts because no client has used it. And I can see there are something configured over here, but I'm sure that in real time nobody has ever used this because it's not. Now this is how security is managed. Now I understand there is one manager, there will be a compensation partner. So for a group of organizations, there will be multiple compensation partner, and each of these partners will have a set of organizations that they will handle. Okay, so this is how work. There are two ways to handle it. So in Workday, when I spoke about organizations, there are different types of organization: company hierarchy, cost center hierarchy. These are like different organization types. So companies like in every company code. If I generalize it, company is nothing but the company code, and cost center is there. Hierarchy is nothing but what is the top hierarchy. It will show like a tree kind of a structure. Okay, this is on the top. Like if I take into consideration location hierarchy, for example, it will show the entire world, and then it will divide into regions like APAC, EMEA, NA region, Latin America. Okay, inside under those Latin America or under those North American region, there will be like different states. Under those states, locations will come. So like New York cities will come. So that way you can create a hierarchy. Now for each hierarchy or each cost center or each location as well, you can assign securities. So or you can assign roles. So this can be handled using security module. So if I go to the organization, so which company is this? Let me just open. So on this top of this supervisory organization, you will find, if I open the supervisory organization, there is something called as roles. So who are assigned which role? Now there are a lot of roles here, but let me look for any compensation role here. So there is compensation partner role. So here you will assign compensate, and you can assign it to somebody. Like if I try to assign, let me see if I can assign. Assign roles. Okay, here it is. In roles, you can assign roles. So if I go here, and let's see who we can assign. Just going to assign. Now you see I have assigned some Jack to this role. So now Jack is a compensation partner for whom? Everyone in this organization. So all these four members. Now Jack himself is also an employee, but he will have different privileges. So and if for these subordinate as well. So let's see if in subordinates also Jack got inherited or not. So let me just check for Jack. So here you see all organization and subordinates, he'll become the compensation partner. So for all the members here, so there are no members. Let's say there are over 20 employees. For all those members, Jack will be the compensation partner. So that is how we manage it. So what we, there will be a top organization for CEO. Under that there will be business unit executives, and under that, So we will assign the main, for executives, we'll assign some comp partners. And if I, so like, for example, this is the top organization and here we have Jack here. If I want somebody else to be in the bottom, so here we have Jack, but I don't want Jack to be inherited in this. So what I'll do here, I will assign somebody else. So instead of Jack, I can go to the roles and assign somebody else. So here, let me look for, here I'll go and assign a partner, somebody like David. Yeah, I just assigned David as a comp partner here. So that way you can have a separate person in the subordinate, or else it will automatically start inheriting until the last one in the entire hierarchy. So that is just one role I'm talking about. There are multiple of roles. If you want an HR admin or HR partner, you can have that. That is how it is managed in Workday. And same goes with manager as well. For the earlier org, if I go here and look at the roles, you'll see that there was a manager who was assigned there. Which one was that? Just filtering. See, so there were like multiple managers. So this is a manager, David. David is a manager for this specific organization. So all employees who get hired in this specific organization, for them, David will be the manager. So that is how in Workday we handle it. 100, 100, 100 total salary plus allowances too. So 300, 400, 500. So this will become 500. Now I want to create a compensation basis that is also going to consider these two compensation plans. Maybe this is a period salary plan, or maybe this is a bonus plan. Workday will not Workday will not automatically take this into consideration until and unless we provide the comp element as base pay. Only then it will take it to base pay. And if it is not an allowance, it will not even consider it. So what we will do is we'll create a custom compensation basis. So we'll use maintain compensation basis task to create a custom comp basis. Now this is what the screen of creating. Now this is where you'll see edit as option, but when we maintain and we create one new, you'll see compensation basis, and same goes with the eligibility rule. You'll have to provide an eligibility rule. Which functional area? So I'm just going to use compensation here, but you can create compensation basis for benefits, for planning and projects and work. So these are like different modules in Workday. So right now we are using it for compensation. So we are using compensation. Now here I have selected, there are 7 compensation plans. Let's assume these 3 are salary plans, and there are 2 allowance plans, and there are 1 bonus plan, 1 merit plan, 1 calculated plan. So what we'll do is we'll select which compensation plans that we want to be included as a part of this compensation basis. Those compensation plans we will specifically select from here. So I want 3 different salary plans to be part of that basis. I'll just select those 3 salary plans that I have mentioned here. Just assume that these are the salary plans. Okay, I have selected these salary plans. I had 2 allowance plans that I wanted to be part of that compensation basis. So I'm just going to select those 2 compensation plans. It can be an amount based plan, and as well as a percentage based plan as well. So I selected 1 amount and 1 percentage base. I have 1 bonus plan that should be part of that basis. I'll go and select the bonus plans that I want to be part of that basis. So I just select this 1 bonus plan. I have, and there are other 2, there is 1 more compensation plan. I'm just going to assume that I want it to be a period salary plan. I'll just go and select one of the period salary plans from the available one. Now what will Workday do is it will calculate what is the amount assigned to the worker for this salary plan. It doesn't matter if there are all these compensation plans are assigned or not assigned to the worker. If whatever compensation plan is assigned to the worker, on basis of that, it will calculate. So let's say only 1 salary plan was assigned to the worker, not these 2 salary plans. So what is the value assigned for this salary plan? Let's assume 100. It will take 100 plus what is in this 200, 300, 400, 500. And that will become the total compensation basis. Now this can be used for reporting. So let's say, if the business wants a report, what is the total amount that we are paying for all the workers in this specific business unit, or what is the give me a report of all the workers and what is the total amount that the company is spending on them, and I want the total compensation. So every compensation plan assigned to the worker, I want all of it and a total value of it. So this, you can create a custom comp basis, assign, and that's how you can get that report. So this is how the reporting, this compensation basis provides us with this reporting capabilities. Now, for the concept like CTC, we can do like this. You can you can select manage basis total and what is the maximum salary plan percentage if I just only want 60% to be filled. Now these topics, and here you see there are adjustable basis, guaranteed basis, variable. So I will come up with a demo on Saturday, the next call, and I will explain you in detail how you can use managed basis total. I will also come up with a little bit complex requirement for an India salary, and we'll use managed basis total to demo that. And this is a demo that I use in my organization when I'm training my associates, new associates, on this concept. So I'll use the same over here so that you'll understand it better. So let's start with merit plan. So they will hike the salary by a specific percentage. Okay. So similar to that, in Workday, we call that as merit plans. So create, I just go and review the existing merit plans for now. So you have two types of merit plans. You can create an amount-based merit plan. You can also create a percentage-based merit plans in Workday. If you create a amount-based merit plan, that amount employee will be eligible for that specific amount in total. If you provide a percentage-based merit plan, the percentage of the primary compensation basis will become the merit amount for the worker. So let us go ahead and create a merit plan. So create merit plan is a transaction that we can use. Create merit plans. Now there are two types of merit plans. I'm just going to start with, let's say, an amount-based merit plan for now. Okay, so you see there are more fields compared to other compensation plans. Now let's, I'm just going to name it as meta merit. And now here the eligibility rule also is the same. United States, I'm just going to use country is United States. Okay, now let's look at what is a waiting period. Now waiting period is like, let's assume in companies, I mean, most companies will have this policies where as soon as the employee gets hired, he will not be immediately eligible for a merit compensation or a merit plan. He should be part of this company for a specific period of time until he become eligible for it. Now there might be different reasons for it. Maybe there is the employee is on probation, or the employee is there will be a lot of reasons. Let's look at how we can what are the different reasons that we can configure for creating waiting period. So this is the task. Let me just open it here. Create waiting period. So waiting period is nothing but, how long the employee should wait until he will be eligible for this merit compensation plan. So I'm going to create a waiting period. Now this is how we create a waiting period. Meta waiting period. Now if I look at the dates here, the unit, we can select how many days. So I'm just going to select let's say 30 days. Now from date, now here you'll see variety of options. If you want to select 30 days from the date of hire, this employee will have to wait for 30 days until after from the date of hired in order to be eligible for this compensation plan. So even though the employee got hired today, and even though he's from USA, he will have to complete the waiting period in order to be eligible for this compensation plan. So he's already eligible, but in order to get this compensation plan assigned on his profile, he should complete this waiting period, and only then it will be assigned. Now, if some companies have like a 6 months probation period, they sometimes put 180 days. So until 180 days, that employee will not be assigned any merit plan. There are other scenarios as well. For example, company service date. There are service dates that we can maintain multiple types of service dates. So if you want the employee to wait for 30 days from the company service date, and then we can maintain that date of last base pay change. So let's assume that there was a change in his base pay. So recently the employee got a change for his compensation. That could be there could be variety of reasons there. Maybe it is because the employee was planning on leaving the organization. The company provided retention and retained that employee. In that could be one of the case. Or there might be a correction. The employee was not getting paid right, and there was a correction. So if that's the scenario, then maybe he recently got that base pay change, and that in that case we might want to exclude him. Now let's assume that the employee was not paid correctly and he had a correction. But if we cannot exclude this employee and keep him in the waiting period just because we made the company made a mistake and there was no market correction. So in those cases we can have an exclusion criteria here. So in the exclusion criteria we can have maintain the reason for which these waiting periods should be excluded. For example, let's say there was a market correction. Let me see if there is a reason code called market correction. These reason codes can be maintained. Okay, market adjustment. So for one of the employees, if there was a market correction, that means the employee was not getting paid as per the market standards, so the company went ahead and made a market adjustment for that worker. Now any employee who has a last base pay change, if that base pay change is because of a market correction, he will not be a part of waiting period, he will be assigned the merit plan. But if there is some other reason because of which there was a last base pay change, that employee will be part of the waiting period, then he will have to wait 30 days until he can be assigned that compensation plan, that is the meta merit plan. So in Workday, whenever we are initiating any kind of transaction, now that criteria I just gave it as an example because that's the usual example. So whenever we initiate a transaction, let's Jack Taylor. So if you have observed, whenever I initiate any kind of transaction like this, you might have observed that I put a business a reason code. You see here, I put a reason why am I making this change. These can be maintained in Workday, and you see there are a lot of it. So most companies, they have a specific, they don't randomly select a reason code. They will have specific reasons for it. So for example, for only retention workers, I mean employees leaving, for the sake of retention we are doing it. Or if there is a market adjustment, only if there is a market adjustment we will use market adjustment. Now these can be maintained in Workday. There is a separate task, and this is part of HCM, maintain event categories and reasons. So here you can make for whichever event. So if it's for a request comp change, let's say assume this for a request comp change. So what all reason categories that you can maintain. So if it's an adjustment, you can maintain what are the different adjustment reasons here. So if I can just put here like meta adjustment and click OK. Now here in the waiting period, I can search for meta. See? Meta adjustment. So you can include a variety of reasons for exclusion. So if any transaction that had, so you'll have to initiate a transaction in order to change the compensation of the worker, right? In order to change the base pay of the worker. So any reason code that you want to exclude. So if you put it in the exclusion, any event, any business process event, or any transaction that used that code at the time of transaction, those specific transactions will be excluded. Other transactions will be included as part of waiting period. So here I put this market adjustment. So now let's say there was a change, ad hoc change for the worker. I'm not including ad hoc change. I'm just searching ad hoc change. So let's assume there was an ad hoc change for the worker. That means an immediate change, and that is not part of exclusion criteria. That worker will not be eligible for meta merit plan. He will have to wait for 30 days in order to be eligible. So he will be in the waiting period. He'll be in that pipeline, but he will not be assigned this meta compensation, this meta merit plan.
Okay.
All right. What else? So again, plan assignment date. So let's say we have assigned, we are assigning the plan, but he will not be yet eligible for the process. So assignment is different, and being eligible, like, sorry, other way. Being eligible is different. So we assign it, employee is eligible, but he'll has to complete 30 days in the waiting period until he can get that percentage, or he will be just assigned with a 0%. So even at the time of the process, a manager will see this employee has only 0% eligibility because he has not completed the waiting period. Now there are processes where we can include and exclude employees in waiting period. I'll come back to that, but this is what it is. Plan assignment date, position assignment date. Let's say there was a recent change in the position of the worker. The employee's position changed, and he was a IT admin. Now he became an IT engineer. There was a change in the position. If there is a change in the position, then again he has to complete the waiting period in order to be eligible for that compensation plan. You cannot have multiple waiting periods here. You can only select one waiting period. So any one. Now the units can be days, it can be months, it can be weeks, and it can be years. And this is the number of days, years, months that you'll have to give. All right. So here I'm just going to use the last base pay change. So I'm just going to put 10 days for the last base pay change. And here there is a compensation plan that I was creating. Create merit plan. Amount based merit plan. 0, 0. Meta merit, and I'm going to use that waiting period that we created. Meta waiting period. Okay, the eligibility is 6/1/2022. Let's create a so the effective dates plays a very big role. If you mess up the effective date, you will not find it. It's 3 days last this change. Now I can find. Oh, here it is. Don't know if I am not. It's not picking. United States. Meta merit plan. Okay. Now, if you want it to be part of managed basis total, you can check it. For now, just understand what it is. You can check in and check this managed basis total. Allow target override. So if you want the manager to, if you want to allow anybody who is assigning this compensation plan to override the target. Now we have touched upon this before as well. If I put allow target override, even if I put, like, let's say 50,000 here, the person who is initiating can change it to 5,000. Workday will not throw an error. If I uncheck this amount field will not be editable. Hide from security groups. Now this is where if you want to hide the targets from employees or from the managers or from certain security groups, you can do that. So if you want to hide this from employee, you can use employee as self as a security. Now what will happen is, if I assign this compensation plan to any worker, and if I'm hiding it from employee self, so this is like ESS. So if I am hiding it from employee self, employee will not be able to see what is the target merit amount. He'll just see that, okay, there is a compensation plan, a merit compensation plan that is assigned to me, but they won't understand what is the target amount. The reference currency, I'm just going to put reference currency as USD. The reference frequency automatically came as biannual. Okay, and subject to, now, Karthik, you remember you asked me how can we mandate like 30% or this employee should get at least 25%, 25,000 as merit. So in those scenarios, let's assume that I'm just putting 25,000 here. Now, in my organization or in Meta organization, they have a policy that every year employee should receive at least 25,000 as a merit. So there should be an increase in of 25,000 for the worker. So if I want to mandate it, I will just check this subject to statutory minimum. So anybody who at the time of merit cycles, they cannot provide an amount that is less than 25,000. If we do that, Workday will not allow us to submit that transaction. So that statutory minimum checkbox here. Compensation matrix. Now, compensation matrix is another concept. So let us go and discuss compensation matrix. Now, compensation matrix is like, you can have a matrix. You can have a matrix for with different performance indicator, and based on the value of that is maintained for that employee in that matrix. Like for example, if we can have different performance ratings, and if the employee is rating 1, he will be eligible for this. If the employee is rating 2, he'll be eligible for that. So we can create a compensation matrix in Workday. So create compensation matrix. Now there are 3 different types of compensation matrix in Workday. One is amount, one is percent, and one is weighted. We'll see each one of these. So let us first create a simple amount based compensation matrix. So meta comp matrix, just using a simple, and here we have to use a default currency USD. And what is a rating scale? Now again, rating scale, we can create multiple types of rating scale. Just for the sake of demo, I'm just using overall rating scale for now, and we'll touch back on rating scale in some time. Click OK. Now this is how you will see the compensation matrix. Now this will be automatically assigned to all the workers. You'll have to provide what is a performance rating. So you'll have to load the performance rating. If talent and performance is integrated with Workday, the values will automatically be pulled from talent and performance, or else you'll have to use an EIB, an inbound EIB, to load the compensation matrix for Workday. So for my employee, let's say for Jack, he is exceeding expectations. So you load, this as the performance rating for that worker for this merit plan, and that will, so based on that, it will calculate. So you can provide minimum and maximum. So if it's too new to rate, I'm not going to provide any. Okay. So I'll just use an existing compensation matrix from the list of matrix. So here you can look for amount based compensation matrix, like there's Coca-Cola. Let's just select Google India. Let's review this. So okay. So here I'm just going to update this, edit this, and just have 3 values populated here, and we'll use it for our worker. So this is a 3-point scale. Now the rating scale you can create. I use overall rating scale. You can use a 3-point scale as well, and you can create rating scales as you want. So here I'm not going to give anything to underperform. For achieved, I can give up to 20,000 to 25,000. Let's assume, and for exceed, I'll give 25,000 to 30,000. So you can create different types of rating scales. So if I do this, create rating scale, you can create different types of rating scales. If I want a 4-point rating scale, and you can provide, what is the display order. So rating name, 0, underachieved, underachieved. So begin range, end range. If you look at the rating scale that I created just now, this is the begin range and this is the end range. If you want to default something, you can put it to 0, minimum to maximum. What is the begin and what is the end range? So you can, if you want. Now when I selected this, you see that it is all zeros. Let's go and review this one. I open this rating scale. You will see all 0 maintained. Rating value 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 1.1, 2, 3. and here it was customized for this worker, and here minimum and maximum we can maintain because it's an amount based. You can also create a percentage based rating scale where it will show from how much percentage. So from 100%, 20 to 30%, 10 to 20%. So there are different types of rating scale that can be customized and assigned. So here I'm just going to assign this worker meta. Let's create a rating. Yeah, let's under achieve. Rating value is 1. No, rating value for underachieved is 0. The begin range is like 5, and the end range is like 10%. This way you can create it. So there is no specific, like, you can because when I try created the rating scale, it doesn't show you what percentage. Whatever you maintain, the begin range will be taken as it is. So if you want it as percentage, you will take it as percentage. But the main thing is it comes from the matrix. In the matrix it will show you. So if I create a compensation matrix for percentage type compensation matrix, this is an amount type compensation matrix, right? If I create a percentage type compensation matrix, there you can specify. Now this compensation matrix can be as complicated as you want. Like there is a percentage based compensation matrix. If I just open one of these comp matrix, you'll see the percentage, minimum and maximum percentages over here. So this is in the matrix is where you will maintain the actual minimum value and maximum value. What you maintain in the rating scale is not important. I mean, you can maintain 10, 15, 20, whatever you want here, but only that those definitions will be pulled into here. So one is unsatisfactory, two is needs improvement. So usually we just put 0, 0. Even if you put any value, it doesn't really pull anything. But this is where in the compensation matrix is where you will maintain the percentages. For here you see if it's too new to rate, 0 to 0%, 40 to 60%, 60 to 80%. So this way you can create a rating scale. Now if you want to have more information or more way to rate an employee in the compensation matrix, you can create that as well. So let me look for create one. So if I want a weighted, even if I use percentage, you can use overall rating scale. I'm just going to use overall rating because it is more like meta rating scale. So overall rating scale is nothing but 5-point rating, that we were looking at. Unsatisfactory, needs improvement. So that 5-point rating is the overall rating scale. If I want to include potential rating, now this is something that is again pulled from talent and performance. So in talent and performance, you can rate employees. This rating, whatever this satisfactory, unsatisfactory, all that will come from the talent and performance modules. So if I want to rate potential rating for this employee is a high performer, I'll rate him as potential. This person is a high performing individual. If you want to include compare ratio as a part of the rating scale, if you want to include retention ratings, if you want to use multiple targets. Now multiple targets is nothing but, let's say if for specific eligibility, like for USA I want a different target, and for Canada I want a different target. So if you want something like that, I can include those eligibility rules here. And so let's United States. So I can put United States and I can use Canada. Yeah, the country Canada. I'm just going to remove this. Now, if I use this, there will be this overall rating will be created for each one of this. Now, I'm just going to deselect all this because it will become a very big comp matrix. So I'm just going to use this one. Let me show that how it looks. So if I create a compensation matrix that big, and nobody actually uses it, but I'll show you for just for understanding purpose. Demo compensation matrix. Percentage rating scale. I'm just going to use overall rating scale. I'm just going to include everything like this. Okay. Here I'm just going to use United States, and We'll use United Kingdom and United States. 2. Okay. If I want to include pairing segments, so how many pairing segments you want? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm just going to put 4, now it is going to take some time. So just wait, because this is going to be approximately 3000 plus that big com matrix. Now for just one review rating, how many it has created? You see 2 new to rate, high risk, Q1 emerging talent, 91% as generator, country generator. It will go through all permutations and combinations I give you. See, I expected something like 3000 above. So this big compensation matrix it will create. Now nobody uses this big; it will be too much. But there are some projects that will use a bit complex. So in this case that I was creating here, so this is a good example. You see, so I want a different minimum and maximum rate percentage for Canada. So if I want for 2 new to rate, I'm going to maintain the same. If it is in fact satisfactory, I can maintain a different for Canada like this and different for United States. If I want to use job family, you can do that.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a feature of the compensation worksheet in Workday? Option A. It allows managers to submit job requisitions. Option B. It provides a centralized view of employee compensation data. Option C. It tracks employee time off balances. Option D. It manages employee relocation expenses. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
The eligibility criteria you can. So I'm just going to select something like this amount percentage. Okay. So here I whatever the job, so job profile. So this is like the minimum, maximum, outstanding, same thing. Okay. Now here I have assigned weighted the compensation matrix already here. Use as reference only. If I select this, what will Workday do is, yeah, I'll just so again, don't worry about the error. So if I select use as reference only, at the time of merit cycle, Workday will show you the values based on the comp matrix. So what the worker is eligible for, but it will not calculate and populate the matrix. So at the time of planning, when we are initiating the comp planning, review planning for the worker, the manager will get a grid with the number of employees who he is reporting to, what are the bonus plans those employees are assigned to, what are the merit plans those employees are assigned to, what is the rating those employees are assigned to, and how much they are eligible for. So this is the amount of bonus they are eligible for, this is the amount of merit amount they are eligible for. Now if you don't want Workday to automatically calculate and populate, okay, this is the amount they're eligible for, here this is the amount that is going to get assigned. If you don't want that to be calculated, you can just use as reference only. That means the manager can provide, okay, from 20,000 is the eligibility, he has the discretion to provide 10,000 or 5,000. If I uncheck this, Workday will automatically calculate based on the percentage that is maintained on the employee's profile, and it will pre-populate the entire matrix, the entire shared participation matrix, the grid for the manager. Now manager, if they want to change, he'll have to go to each employee and change it. So that is what this use as reference only indicate. If I just want to use the performance indicator, or the whatever the performance like satisfactory or exceed expectation, just as a reference, and I will give whatever bonus that I want to give based on my own discretion. That is just for representation purpose only. I'll review it, I'll refer it, but whatever the manager want to give, he will give based on his own feedbacks and whatever discussions he had. So that is why we use as a reference only. If I uncheck it, it will based on the whatever the values the employees received as a part of his performance. Based on that, it will calculate and it will assign for the worker. Now, time proration rule. Now, time proration rule is a concept in Workday. Let's assume you can select a rule based on different compensation events that happens for the employee. Let me just, if I show you this way, you'll understand. Create time proration. So you understand the concept of proration, right? In general, what is meant by proration? So Meta, how do you want the proration to happen for different types of event? And here you can have more than one event, or you can have all multiple criteria. So let us look at what are the different types of criteria for proration. So if there is a change, base pay change in last, if you want to prorate the amount the merit amount for the worker based on the base pay change in the period. So let's assume for the first 6 months. So the process period is January to December. Okay, this is the review cycle period. The review will start here. Okay, so this is the process period from Jan to December. So between Jan to December, somewhere around July, there was a change in the base pay of the worker. Okay, so if I use this time proration, base pay change in the period, what it will do is from January till June, what was the employee's compensation? So what is the merit? And from July till December, what was the employee's merit? Let me just show it in a better way. Let me add this way. And okay, so from 10,000 here, so until June it was 10,000. From here it became 20,000. Let's assume, because there was a change in the base pay, and hence his merit also changed. Now if I select this time proration rule, base pay change in the period, Workday will consider only Workday will calculate prorate based on this. So the first 6 months, for the 1 2 3 4 5, for the first 6 months it will take 10,000 as his merit, and for the next 6 months it will consider 20,000 as his merit. So it will take a mean this by this by 2. So how does it calculate is, I think there is a calculation also here. The period for review is defined for start date and previous end date. So this is how it will calculate. Average of this. So this is 10,000 into 6, 60,000 divided by 2. So for the first 6 months, it is 30,000. The second one is FTE changes in the period. So this is basically if there was a change in the full-time employee status. So the employee was part-time for the first 6 months, and for the next 6 months he was full-time. If there is any change in that FTE status, based on that again we can prorate here. And what are other values that we have? Leave of absence. If there is any leave of absence, and again if there is a base pay change in the period, you have exclusion criteria as well. You can again use the same concept we had in waiting period. If I don't put this base pay changes in period, what will Workday do is the latest it will take 20,000 as the merit for the worker. It will not take the average of this, and then it will not prorate. It will just take it whatever is the last updated as the latest, and it will assign 20,000 as merit. So let's assume the primary compensation basis is 100,000, and initially 10% was what was assigned until June, 10%, and after June it was, let's assume, 20%. The same example that I'm using. So the same way it will calculate. 10% of 10,000 is 1,000. It is 1 lakh, so it is 10,000. Yeah. So for the first 6 months, it is going to calculate as 10,000, and it will take an average of this and put it here. So average of 60,000 divided by 6 is again 30,000. So first 6 months, this is how it is going to calculate. Similarly, here it is going to be 20,000. Again, it will prorate based on that. Prorate based on this, and again it will calculate the average, and then it will add those averages, and that is going to be the prorated amount the employee is eligible for. So that is how the proration rule works. And here we have multiple criteria for proration. If there is a leave of absence, now if you want to exclude certain criteria from leave of absence, for example, let's say there is a maternity, I want to exclude all the I want to exclude this proration for employees who are on maternity. So uh, two employees, let's consider two employees. One employee went on a leave of absence for whatever reason, and one employee went on a leave of absence because she was on maternity. So for employee A, so if there is no maternity, this is how Workday is going to take. So for employee A who went on leave of absence, for medical reasons, and employee B went on leave of absence for maternity. Now I don't want to exclude this employee, the employee who is on maternity, from the bonus. I only want to exclude that the other employee. Only this employee should not be excluded from the bonus. I only want to exclude. So for this employee, only first 6 months will be considered, and this is the only, for this 6 months it will not consider any merit. So that employee will only receive half merit he is eligible for. But employee B will get the entire 6 months, because there is no proration rule that will be applied, because we have excluded maternity for that employee. For any employee who's on maternity, she will be eligible for full merit. That is how we can create those. That is how we can put that exclusion criteria. Scorecard profile changes. Now, scorecard, there is a other concept that comes as a part of bonus. It's already 10 o'clock. You guys want to leave or you want to stay? Target changes in the period. Now this is again same, after July there was a change in the target to 15%. Then the Workday will consider first 6 months as 10%. So that is for target changes in the period. Time in plan. When was the employee assigned this plan? The employee was assigned the plan somewhere in June only. So from June to December, only for that specific period, Workday will consider, if I put this as a proration criteria. And time in position. This is also how much time the employee was in a specific position. If you want to prorate based on that, it will prorate. Time since the company service date. Now these are service dates that you can maintain for every worker. There are like 12 different types of service dates. Not every project uses all types of service date, but if you are using company service date and if you want to prorate based on this, you can use it. Time since continuous service date. Time since hire is one of the criteria. Again, time since the last base pay change. You can put exclusions over here. And the last one is time since the last merit increase. So if you want a criteria like if there is a merit increase and from that specific merit increase you want to calculate it. So let's say there was an ad hoc merit increase for the worker and you only want to calculate from that point of time. And you can maintain all this. Unlike waiting period, you can have all these criteria. So all the criteria is added here. There is nothing that's going to stop you from that. All right, so that is about proration rules here. Go back to now rounding rule. How do you want the amount to get rounded? You can create rounding rules. So rounding rule is something like if it is 10.5, you want it to show it as 11. Those kind of rounding. And there are multiple types of rounding rules that you can create. Let me just show you. So rounding options, different round up, round down, round half down. So if you just want to round up all the values, round to nearest 0, now nearest 10, these kind of round to currency position. So these are different options that you can create. So there are just round up, round down, round half down. Now for different countries, you can have profiles similar to like we have allowance plans and all, right? For United States, you want a different option. For Canada, or for a group of employees in this specific organization, you want a different option. You can also use job profiles, job families. For this job profile, you want to only round down, or you want to round half down. So, and you can round nearest 100, nearest 10, nearest 1000. You can use nearest 1000 as well. So if it is 10.5, it will round to nearest 1000, like that. And not for 10.5, but if it is like 950, it will round to 1000. That's what nearest 1000 means. And if you use round to currency position, what is the currency position? If it is 0.2 decimals, it will round to the nearest decimal and create that currency position. So that's how rounding rules work. So you can have a rounding rule. Now there are two more options you see here. One is include active. Now this can get a little confusing, so just I'll explain it as clear as possible. Include active employees assigned plan during the process period. Now assume the process period is from January to December, okay, and I had this compensation plan, the merit plan, assigned to a worker somewhere for these 3 months only. So from March till June. From March till June, the worker was assigned the merit plan, but he was again removed the merit plan. So in December is when the annual reviews happen. So if you want to include this employee who was assigned merit plan for just 3-4 months into the process, into the merit process, then select this option. So even if he's currently not assigned that merit plan, but if you want to include that employee as a part of the merit plan, you have to check this option. Include active employees in waiting period in the process. Now this one, if you check it, it will include any, so there is a pipeline that is going to create for waiting employees in waiting period. So let's assume that employee was just hired and he is in a waiting period until for 30 days, but the merit planning has already started. So he joined somewhere in November last week, and December first week, the merit process, the annual review cycle started. Now this employee is in waiting period, and you want to include this employee in the process. You don't want to give any value, or you don't want to provide any merit to this employee. You just simply want that employee to be included in the merit process. So if I check this box, what will happen? Workday will include this employee in the merit process, but he will be assigned a merit of 0. So manager will see that this employee is part of the process, but he is eligible only for 0 merit. He will not be eligible for any merit, and the manager can still submit the merit for his entire team, and this employee will see a 0 merit for that year. So that is what this checkbox is. Now these are the profiles similar to that we create allowance plan profiles and all. If you want different merit amount targets for different countries, you can create profiles. So that is about the configuration part of the merit compensation plan.
Hey there, want to master core compensation management with Workday? Our comprehensive Workday Core Compensation course is here to help you succeed. You can take it at your own pace on our teachable platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into Workday's powerful compensation tools. From setting up compensation plans to processing pay changes, you'll learn how to efficiently manage employee compensation across your organization. Our course covers everything you need to know, from foundational concepts to advanced strategies. It's designed by Workday experts who know the ins and outs of the platform. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of hands-on experience. They'll guide you through each module, ensuring you gain a thorough understanding of Workday's compensation features. Don't just take our word for it. Our students talk about the course's practical approach and real-world examples. Best of all, this opportunity to upskill is incredibly affordable, making it accessible to learners at every level. Ready to become a Workday Core Compensation Pro? Enroll now on our teachable course page. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training.